Any Neo Crisis, everything good. Hey, Reese Matthias. Hey, what you say, Ghost? Everybody just about almost finished their deck. Oh boy. Sounds like you had your work cut out for you in those duels. Not right now, Neo Crisis. Every single duel I'm trying to take part in is to earn those crystals so I can unlock more cards. I don't want to waste time in a duel that's not gonna get me points. Shoot, and I'm already platinum tier. If you can get the platinum tier, then maybe we could end up being paired together, and that would be fine. But yeah, as many crystals as I could collect as fast as possible to unlock more cards so that I can actually get through more decks. That's my main objective at the moment. Back in the platinum tier, I had 5 though. I gotta get back up. That's why I wish at the end of the seasons, based off of where you finish, they should have given you an exponential amount of those crystals. It's like I say, if you rise up, let's say like how season 1 was, you would have had to grind from bronze, and if you made it to platinum, because you went up through silver, gold to get the platinum, they should have given you 10,000 of those blue crystals for every tier that you, not tier, but every what you call it, every level that you would have gone up from bronze straight to platinum. So let's say you went from bronze to silver, could have gotten 10,000 crystals, and then if you made it to gold, you would have gotten 20,000. If you made the platinum, 30,000, or it could have even doubled. That way it would have given duelists more incentive to keep playing and ranking up. And then when you would have reached platinum, if you continued dueling and winning, you just got a bonus on your increase for all of your wins. Like, I felt that's what they should have done. Exactly. It really has you struggling with the deck that you actually playing with, because you might see an issue with the deck that you can correct, but you don't have enough crystals to get the cards that you actually need to make your deck what it is. Like, my Raid Raptor deck isn't what I want it to be, so it's gonna struggle going second, but it can still do some things. It can, but the struggle part, the struggle is real. It really is. Got him. That's how I felt. At least that's what I thought it would have been. But they want to make sure that you spend a crazy amount of time in this game. Like, they only giving you, I think maybe sometimes when you win, I'll see after my win, like 2 crystals in here and then 5 here. You need 100 crystals just for 1 pack, and to get 10 packs you need 1,000. You know how long that's actually going to take? The length for very long is really very long. Join the line, Ghost. Join the line. Exactly. They stop your earnings, like really achieving or getting more, even if you have the gold pass. Like once you reach 100, like that's that. And I don't know when it's supposed to reset for that, but I thought it would have reset when the season started. Oh wow. I would honestly hope so too, because like it's no real incentive once you reach platinum tier to continue playing. Like really no real incentive. It's like, alright, platinum tier 1. What in the world I need to duel for to hurt my rank? And plus I can't earn a bonus on my crystals. Plus at the end of the season you're gonna demote me anyway. That was that and that was that. So okay, next play. 3. If I do that, go that. Maybe. That's a long shot, but maybe. Okay, we can try it. Honestly, Ghost, I felt if you would have won, they should have just given you 100 gems to get a pack. Cause like 10 wins would mean you could get 10 packs. That's how I feel. Per win, if you do it like that, that would mean you would have had to go at least, let's say, using gold. If you got 10 wins, that would actually, even if let's say you get like you win 2, lose 2 to break you even, that means you would have had to participate in 20 duels just to get 1,000 crystals to get a pack, so you could actually progress further than that. I felt that would have been fair, because this isn't like, alright, everyone's deck is going to be that good that they're gonna just automatically fly up through the ranks. Ooh, alright. Oh no, it's negated. No, I don't think I have. I don't think I have. Let's get rid of that. Okay. Yeah. Oh wow, that's interesting to know. Oh boy. Alright, battle. There we go. Oh boy. Especially when you're playing Outledge and you do up those quick play cards too. I really wish I had Lightning Storm. I could have just cleared the back row. But usually you want to try to bait out one of the traps and then pop the other two that's face down, unless there's something that's going to hinder you from actually building your board or extending into the place that you do want. And see, this is what I talk about for rewards. I'm not even using a meta deck, and I'm dueling one of, well, hands down the second best trap deck in all of Yu-Gi-Oh, right? And this is all I got for my reward. One of these VP for one little, I think that's the little pack that they give you 2 cards in. That's garbage. Especially if you're dueling people in the platinum tier. Like, these duels aren't easy, and it's going to come down to it, not that the decks are bad or that the decks can't win, but it comes down to who has the better hand and who's gonna make the least amount of misplays. Just now I felt he opened really good, like he really did. It was just a gamble on which 2 cards I would target with my Twin Twister, and like I got 2 really good cards out of it. His other face down card seemed to be unresponsive, so my choice on which 2 in the back row to target was just really good. That's it. If I had targeted the card that he had actually activated and the card that didn't respond, then I would have had that counter trap and I can't remember what the other trap card was that got popped, but I would have had those two to deal with. That would have triggered the Golden Land Lord's effect if it's face up the pop or face up card on my side of the field, which would have been an additional 2 more disruptions. But that's what it comes down to. Let's do that. Let's start off with this. Like, I just felt the game's supposed to have a software recognition system of the deck that you're playing to know, hey, that this isn't meta. Alright, this guy's facing a meta deck. Bonus. A big bonus at that. Because it's like dueling basically rogue. Yeah, almost rogue to you know, a tier 1 deck. And the game database does have meta decks built in that you can copy and use. Me personally, I always prefer to build and use my own decks, because then I know all 40 to however many cards I put in it by heart. So I won't get my ratios wrong, I won't get my combos wrong, so it really wouldn't be an issue at all dueling, knowing that, hey, I have XYZ amount of this, I'm sure I have that, I know that this can go with this. Like, knowing is half the battle, and when you don't know, that can cause misplays. Will you keep playing this game after hours and hours of grinding to build your deck? Then they come out with a new ban list, so, and some if they come out with a new ban list, then you just have to make adjustments. But the thing is, depending on what they ban, and then you have to like swap out cards to put in cards that can help you make the deck work as efficiently as it was before. That's going to be the tricky part, especially if the card that you need to put in or replace, if you have to try to grind out for ultra rares, that makes it that much harder when they do. That's why I say their point and reward system, they need to actually fix that. But you say Dragon Beat, they actually need to, because at the rate we going right now, you struggling to make one deck work. I mean, the more fortunate players who you see in that platinum tier, most likely they spend some capital in this game to actually get the cards that they need to play the 1 or 2 decks that they want to, or even more than that. But they probably went it about the route of trying to isolate their staples that they're going to use in multiple of their decks. So it would make it easier depending on what they're playing, especially if it's like the archetype only has maybe 2 to 4 ultra rares that they need to make the deck work. So it makes it easier in terms of playing something like Sky Strikers or Eldritch, because those decks don't have that many ultra rares. Same thing with Trap Tricks, they don't have that many ultra rares. I think Trap Tricks has like 2 or 3, but I can't craft any ultra rares to be able to play those. So go Nest. Yeah, originally before the game was coming out, at least from last year November, I placed $60 on my PSN account, so that as soon as the game was announced to drop, I could purchase it out the store for download. When I found out, when someone told me that the game was out, and I went to the store and saw it was a free download, I said, oh wow, cool. Then I thought to myself, hey, you know, there has got to be a catch if the game is free to download, which I say right now it's going to cost you in the cards department. And when I came in and I saw how the card shop system was set up, I was like, oh wow, well, let me see how many cards I could earn. Not realizing that the card system allows you to continually obtain the same cards numerous times, like beyond 9 times, which is ridiculously crazy. I mean, they have a way that you can actually scrap those to try to actually have points to craft other cards, but I found that to be ridiculously crazy because, like, after you get 3 copies of a card, I felt the game should just give you another card that you haven't earned. So the $60 that I did had to purchase the game, that's all that I actually spent trying to get cards as soon as the game actually came out. And as you can see, it still didn't amount to nothing much because I still only have 1 deck to play with. I started off with Synchrons. That was just to get through the story mode. I already knew that I would be in the platinum tier rank, so I wanted a deck that could play inside it, and I knew that Raid Raptors could do it, so it wasn't an issue in terms of what deck I would be using in the platinum tier rank. I already knew. Let's go with him as an extender. So trying to put the Raid Raptor deck together, I actually had 2 Raid Raptor decks that were playable. I wanted to go back to playing one of them, but I'm actually short an Ultimate Falcon and a Revolution Falcon Air Raid, and I think 1 more. So that hinders me from playing the quick play version. Because I actually wanted to test out a triple Ultimate Falcon going first to see how effective that would be against most of the matchups. Because I know not a lot of decks actually have an out to an Ultimate Falcon. So like Sky Strikers, no, it's the Ultimate Falcon. So I really want to see how it would be opening with that. A trifecta of Ultimate Falcons first turn, and then seeing just how my opponent could respond. And if they can't auto 3 of those Ultimate Falcons immediately when my turn starts, I'm going to turn their turn off from being able to do anything. But since that isn't an option at the moment, I have to keep playing what I have. And see, the thing is with that build now, like, it's a bit more effective in terms of being able to execute getting them out because of the 2 new additions to Raid Raptors, and then you can play Fuzzy inside there, so you don't have to cut Fuzzy out because you just be plainly playing Raid Raptors. So yeah. You could see how the game works is it's going to be, you know, whether they give you a certain set of cards or not. That's basically it. So it's like gambling. You're not sure exactly what you're gonna get and when you're gonna get it. That's the thing. Hey, what you say, Wayne? Just like you, I try to climb up the ranks and earn more cards. That's an odd number. Jeez, I should have saved that one. Set that. Yeah, sandwiches taste better with cheese. Sandwiches do taste better with cheese. You're right on that. Usually when I go to Subway, I do get cheese on whatever sandwich I'm ordering. No British, take it easy. Alright. Alright. You didn't have to worry about that. Alright, that's good. Let's go redo it. Get to work. What's our opponent playing? Oh, Utopia. If he plays ZS, yep, that's it. That's it. What should we do to him? Let's do all of the above. Hey, what you say, Anime? I'm good. Get lost. Of course. No. Bye-bye. 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 That's your one normal summon gone. I don't know if you guys pay attention to the icon there that has the R1 button on it. You would notice that you can trigger that on, off, and auto whenever you feel like, so that you can get your timing right. And like I said, you can't blame any player for surrendering if they get hit with this combo. Like, this is ridiculously crazy. Only because I didn't want to wait too late to trigger the Caluga effect. I could have gotten a pop off of the what's the rank up version name? I summoned the card and can't even remember the name. See, this is ridiculous. Platinum 10, you're only getting 5 of these blue crystals? Seriously? Check the name of the card. Off the Dark Requiem. I could get a free pop off the Dark Requiem and 3 monster negates, but I just prefer to stun my opponent out of that whole turn and then just force him to set the back row and then clear it off, and then my opponent does decide they want to go hand trap the following turn, or you know how they have those little battle faders and Swift Scarecrow. Just neg those and continue moving on. I don't complain about surrendering at all. Like, if you know, especially ahead of time, it saves duelists on players. Like, if you already know play coming and you have no out to it or an answer, like, just surrender and save the card some time. Oh wow, now this one looks like Eldritch. Oh boy. There's the rivalry, one of my preferred my recommended tech cards. See that? Eldritch. What level is he? Oh, he's a 10 and I selected 8. Wow. Wow, did not know he was a 10. Oh wow. Like I said, like you have a decent amount of decks that are going to get you into the platinum tier 5 range. It's just being able to stay there. Oh wow. It's staying at best of, well, I'm trying to figure out how they're gonna orchestrate their tournament events in terms of siding out. Like I honestly don't understand that. Oh wow. If you're in the platinum tier lobby range, just sit there and hopefully we get matched up. Yeah, it's Outledge. Like I told you, like you're supposed to get bonus for having a duel against these decks, and if you do win, like your bonus is supposed to be even bigger if you're not dueling meta, because it isn't like I'm dueling meta. And like I told you, the best trap deck in the game is Chain Burn, hands down. Oh boy, that hurt. Let's see what's going on here. That can bring him. Oh no, that ain't a good luck at all. Just gonna set that and see if we could last another turn. Yeah, Outledge is the, if you want to win competitively, Outledge is the way to go. Like, it's the second best trap deck in the game. Ashra. Like I told you, it's he who picks up the better hand as well as the matchup. Like I said, if I had my trifecta of lightning storms, the matchup wouldn't be so bad. Because dealing with Outledge is really the number of floodgates and other disruption cards that they're actually using, and then taking advantage of the Golden Lord's effect. I haven't actually seen the archetype as yet. I'd actually have to go, after this duel, I'll go and type it in and see what their cards look like. Lair of Darkness is just nasty. Wow, he had the counter trap. See, like I said, it's about who picks up the better hand. It isn't that I didn't have a response to take care of a second Golden Lord to nullify his first one's effect. It's just the setup good first turn. He has the better hand. He can disrupt me as many times as he likes and still counter any disruption that I have. And then, like I said, with the recursion for his trap cards, he's actually able to continue to go up. During his end phase, he's going to get to set, I think, 2 more, or is it 1 more? 1 more, because only one of these will be able to, if I'm not mistaken. 1 more. Oh well, see, he doesn't even need an end phase. Just burn me for 2 grand. See that? Can't do nothing with that. And there's no shame in that. It's just who has the better hand. And the number of Outledge decks I've already beaten, like, I know hands down I can beat Outledge, but it's going to come down to who has the better hand. That's all it is. Who has the better hand? Plunder. Let me see. PLUN. Supposed to be like a pirate base deck. Okay. Alright. During your opponent's turn, you can special summon one plunder patrol monster from your extra deck with the same attributes as the monster your opponent controls or in their graveyard. And if you do, equip it to this card. If this card is sent from the hand, activate special summon one plunder patrol monster from your deck, except so you cannot special except for this one keeps you locked in its archetype. The special summon one plunder patrol monster from your extra deck. Oh, all of them seem to have the same thing. Boy, that's like an attribute control. Hold on. You can special summon this card from your. This card is something you could discard one card, draw one card. Oh, this one just lets you draw a card. If this card, okay, you can send another plunder patrol monster from your hand or face of field to the graveyard to special summon this one. If this card is in your graveyard, you can discard one card, special summon this card. Ew. I think it may be a recursion between these two because it says if this card is sent from your hand or monster zone. So basically, these two work in tandem together for sure. If this one first, then you would send it to the graveyard to trigger this one's effect to special summon itself. And if she's in grave, you can discard a card to special summon it. It will just be which plunder monster that you send to the graveyard or card that you can actually utilize its effect. Special summon this card from the hand. If you do, add that monster to your hand. Hold on. Target one plunder patrol monster in your graveyard. Oh, okay, that's how the recursion effect goes off. One sends one to trigger an effect, and then this one would recover it to add that monster back to the hand. So it's like a cycle between these same three. What's its name? Seaguard. What's this card's name? Newest Plunderer. Oh, Bluebeard, Golden Hair, and Black Eyes. They only have 5. You can discard one plunder patrol card, target one effect monster your opponent controls, banish it, then you can have one plunder spell trap card from your deck. Oh wow, that's cool. Oh, your opponent would have to control a monster, so going first, that effect wouldn't even be relevant. This is a quick effect if this card is equipped with a plunder patrol. Oh wow. Alright. That makes for excellent disruption during your opponent's turn. If a plunder patrol card would be destroyed by a card effect, you could detach a material from this card. Oh wow, he has like a 101 effect for any card that has plunder patrol in its name. That's actually cool because if you're face up, yes. Let me see. Yep, your field spell and the and the equip card, it would protect those as well. Oh, they have a fusion. How could I overlook that? That's cool. What? They don't have a synchro? Matthias, I mentioned Royal Decree versus Eldritch, and the thing is with Royal Decree versus Eldritch is that the Golden Lord can send it to the graveyard from the hand. So once he's in grave, he can put himself back in the hand to special summon himself. Or another zombie type monster. So if, let's say, the Golden Lord is in hand, he can just target your face-up card, Royal Decree, send it to the graveyard, and it's back live again. So, like, it would be a gamble. It can work, but the gamble would be that they don't have that Golden Lord in hand. Because if they have him in hand, you can just send it to the graveyard, and then you would either have to hope you have another copy face down, or you draw into another copy, and that's a gamble. Because how the Golden Lord works is he triggers his effect from the hand and the graveyard. The best way to go about dealing with Eldritch is just to have all their cards banished, because their recursion in terms of how they recover happens in the graveyard, or just about all of their effects. That's why you see they can play Reasoning and just get a ton of their trap effects to go off during the end phase to reset to get a different copy of an Eldritch spell or trap card. So the best way to go about dealing with Eldritch is to cut off the graveyard and banish those cards. That's the best way to deal with Eldritch, hands down, because Moxie isn't going to be effective against them because they can just stop summoning you. Probably +1, that's it. If you have like a roll, can help if they go, I think the face up card that allows them to add one, you can roll, and then they oh no, that would bypass roll too because it would set it to the field. What you would need to do is go like Dimension Shifter or Necro Valley. Oh wow, Black Spear, you must see is reading my mind, because I just was about to tell you Necro Valley. If you go Necro Valley, the graveyard gets cut off, so they wouldn't be able to move cards even with the way that its old effect works. With Necro Valley, if the card effect would move itself, it used to work. Now they they errated the effect that it isn't going anywhere. So if you go Gravekeepers versus Eldritch, you are going to get excellent results, especially if you have the Gravekeeper's counter trap set. You can whenever the Golden Lord would target to try to send your field spell to the graveyard, you could just neg that effect and you should be fine. But making sure that you cut off the graveyard using cards like not Emptiness, Microcosmos, or any monster effect that like Dark Law, if cards would be sent to the graveyard, they get banished. You're gonna get excellent results versus Eldritch, because that's just how Eldritch plays. It just utilizes the graveyard so heavily. And I told you, when you want to find out a deck's weakness, look at what it utilizes heavily between the hand, the field, the graveyard, and banishment. Whichever one it favors more in terms of its card effects and its ability to recover, that's what you cut off, and you basically strangle the deck. That's what you do. Simplicity in killing decks is what they use the most in terms of hand, field, graveyard, and banishment. Like Thunder Dragons, they want to be banished, but their effects are also still good and do trigger when they go to the graveyard. Main part is they favor banishing. So if you can stop cards from being banished, you would strangle the deck, because the only real thing they have to get to the graveyard would be like the regular Thunder Dragon, discard itself, add 2, and that's going to be about it. But you can strangle the deck like that. When you're dealing with the fusion, you just, if you can, chain an effect to a Thunder Dragon's effect so that the fusion Thunder Dragon effect isn't able to trigger. Other than that, if you board wipe, the fusion does has a way to protect itself, but one of the easiest ways is just trying to bait out those effects if you can. If you can't, then you're gonna have to go the route of making sure that you turn the board off. If you have Ruler No More, Forbidden Droplets, or if you have a monster with a quick effect that you can chain, like I said, if a Thunder Dragon effect goes off from the hand and you have an effect to activate, just activate it and they won't get their pop effect. So they basically would spend, because it's only the level 1 that powers them up, the level 5, the Thunder Dragon Dark. It's just mainly those 2 effects that you have to look out for that triggers from the hand to get them their pops. It might be one more. If my memory serves me correct, it could be one more, but for sure you just want to make sure that you can disrupt between those 2 effects, and then you can just carry on with your life playing Yu-Gi-Oh. You can always, depending on what you have in your extra deck, you can always rape that Fusion Thunder Dragon, make its attack 0, cut it in half, send it back to the extra deck with whatever fanciness you want to execute. You can do that. A lot of decks that are playing or utilizing Rainbow Neos, that's highly recommended. That way you can send everything back, because usually what's left on the field aren't monsters from the main deck, usually monsters from the extra deck. Send all them back and force them to have to try to recreate all those plays again. What do you think Infernity deck in Master Duel with some crazy amount of shenanigans. Some crazy amount of shenanigans with Infernity. The only thing, like I said, decks that heavily utilize the graveyard, they can be troublesome. At the same time, you can't slow them down. The thing is, like, you have Skullmeister, but like I said, the gamble is, and I've proven this multiple times, I built a Synchron deck. I have 10 Junk Synchrons, 3 regular, 7 artificial, that can get me to Junk Synchron, and I can start the duel and don't open up with any of those 10, which is, if you do the maths, you're already opening up with 5 cards, would leave you with 35 cards in the deck. If I have 10 copies of Junk Synchron in the deck, right, and I have 35 cards left, that's more than a quarter of the deck is Junk Synchron. And if I can't see 1 copy of Junk Synchron when I draw, imagine if you only have a card that's only 3 copies of, it's still going to be a gamble. Even if you have the hand trap in your deck, you still need it in your hand to be effective to, say, you know, stop an effect or neg an effect. So it still comes down to chance of what you get when that duel starts. That's why I said it's who gets the better hand, not that the deck can't work, function, stop or slow down another deck in a matchup. It's just the hand that you are dealt, and you have to play that hand as expertly, well, as best as you possibly could. Let me put it like that. But yeah, with Infernities, you can see a lot of shenanigans with the Archfiend Unlimited. You can't see a lot. Unfortunately, like I said, just trying to earn more points and lock more cards so that we can get to that point of seeing those shenanigans. Those 2 cards. I need no rest. I good. Oh boy. Sound like someone woke up on the wrong side of the bed. What's going on with you, Juan? Fusion summon 1 Fiend Fusion monster from your extra deck using monsters from your hand or fuse fusion material. You can banish this card from your graveyard, tag 1 pound on the patrol monster, equip it. Oh wow, double purpose. You can only use, okay. Oh, breaking hands and yeah, see, anime, you have to remember, Yu-Gi-Oh is go first or die trying. Because remember, if you aren't going first, you have the least amount of disruptions to worry about. You absolutely, and I can't overstate this enough. If your opponent picks up 5 cards and they disrupt you 4 times, unless their deck consists of a 1-card combo, it's going to be hard for them to combo off if they are playing that many hand traps. So they open up with 5 and they disrupt you 4 times. They only have 1 card in hand and then the 1 that they draw. If they're playing a 2-card combo deck and you have a hand trap, you just stop them from being able to fully combo off, giving you a turn to play. So you don't have to worry about the multiple hand traps that they would have. So now if your opponent goes first and they set up, now you have to worry about regurgitation of them adding what they want from their deck to their hand, setting up back row along with monster negates, as well as acquiring hand traps. That's a lot to play through, and you only have 6 cards to make it work. So you're looking at, that's scenario wise, they put 2 monster negates on board and 1 monster disruption, or let's say they make an Appaloosa with 3 monsters. That's 3 monster negates right there, and let's say they have an Omni negate on board, and then you're looking at 1, just using 1 in the back row for a disrupt on neg. That's 5. That isn't including if they have at least 1 hand trap in hand. That's 6. You only playing with 6 cards. That means if you try to go plus anything, that's going to get you 2 or more cards. They're most likely going to disrupt it. You activate a monster effect, they're mostly likely to disrupt it if it's going to get you a plus. So always go first, because that's what Yu-Gi-Oh is. Go first or die trying. Because that go in second, you may just die trying to get overboard, and it's not going to be easy if you don't have your resources on deck. Not that they aren't in your deck, it's just having them in your hand to utilize. That's why I say it's not really that the deck is bad, it's just what you're given. You have to play what the game gives you. So it isn't that your deck can't beat a certain deck. If the player acquires a better hand than you, it's just going to be GG. That's it. I usually duel against subs after I've acquired all the cards and I can make any crazy amount of shenanigan decks. That way my opponent basically has no idea what I'm playing, and then by the time they find out what I'm playing in the end game, because you don't, and I keep saying this, especially when you get on the competitive level, you don't want to be playing what everyone else is playing. Why? Because it just comes down to memory of when to time or trigger a card effect. And this is what you use against the more skillful players who know, hey, Ash this play, or Ogre this play, or Bell this play, Skullmeister this play. You want, when you incorporate your deck, especially if you're doing a really good mix for a rogue deck, you want to incorporate those plays that are gonna bait out those effects in terms of the hand traps, and then you combo off to your real combo. That's what you want. In order to bait out those effects, you have to make a play that's threatening to your opponent. If your opponent doesn't find that play threatening, they're not gonna spend that hand trap and all that face down, all that omni negate, and that's what you want. You want to bait out those hand traps, those omni negates, those face downs, and then you combo off for real. If you can't execute those plays or make certain plays so that they do for you to combo off, you're most likely going to lose that duel. So that's what you want whenever you do it competitively, to throw the more skillful players combo base wise off their game, cause them to miss the right timing to actually ash you by ashing something else, or ogreing, or skullmeistering something else, or using a counter trap on something else that was actually irrelevant in your deck. You just had it in your deck and you bait out that effect. I've shown you guys with the same deck just how easy it is to do that, just using the Time Thief redo or bait out that effect and then jump the Time Thief, and then they would respond when they would try to jump the Time Thief to try to do something to clear my board or neg his effect, and once that goes away, I have a 1-card combo in the deck to combo off. Then I just 1-card combo and make all my regular plays. But it's making sure that you have the ability to bait those things out, because if you don't, that means you have to make your main deck plays, and once they start disrupting you, you're either not gonna end on the end board that you want, or they're simply gonna shut your deck down, and that's what you don't want. You want to have those resources to be able to do that. Bait out those negates. You're playing competitively. Expect these things. Expect Ash. Expect Moxie. Expect Nibiru. Expect Ghost Bell. Expect Skullmeister. Expect Bell. Expect Lancia. Expect these cards. Expect Dimension Shifter. Expect these things. If you aren't, you didn't come to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Not competitively, at least. Expect these things. They're going to be played. When you don't have direct outs to these cards, this is when you have to cause your opponent to misplay. Once you do that, it's all good in the hood. Cause those misplays. So until I unlock every card to create those unorthodox decks that some of you guys have seen from the last 2 Yu-Gi-Ohs, just how crazy my mixes can be and how they work, like it throws people for a loop. I had someone came over and they was watching me. I was just editing the deck. I think that's with Ubel. The deck consists of Ubel, rituals, kaijus. I think that's a word. I think, yeah, Ubel, rituals, and kaijus, and they just looking at it on screen. They're like, how the hell this goddamn deck supposed to work? And like, when I played the deck, it just blew their mind, the amount of synergy in terms of the ratio that I had each card at, how it just worked to perfection, locking my opponent out of the extra deck, protecting the U-Bell and the kaiju that I would give them to force the battle phase and then make my opponent have a second battle phase. Like, it just blew their mind, literally. But that's what I talk about in terms of unorthodox. Like, you're gonna see pieces of different combos where your opponent is going to want to ash, or your opponent is going to want to try to droll you or bait out a different effect. And like I always tell players, you can always play a fast deck slower, but you cannot play a slow deck faster. So speed is the real purpose when you build decks. And then your end game, you want to make sure that you have strategic moves in place that you know hands down the more skillful players are going to want to respond to. But that's not your end game. They are just to bait out those negates, those hand traps, those face downs, those omni negates. That's what you want. So if you play in order, and this is how you stay competitive, if you, in order to beat the more competitive players who are all about their neg this and neg that here and there, they're going to stick to that because that's what they taught themselves, that's what they know. But when you come with an unorthodox deck, that end game differs from the effects that actually are triggering on the field. The effects that are triggering might get you a +1 or 2, but it's not a necessity to your end game or to your end board or combo. It can get your opponent to miss the proper time to actually utilize a card effect because you baited it out with a different effect that they thought was actually threatening. And that's what you want, because that's the only way you're going to get around those competitive players. That's the only way. Those top tier players, they might be up there in rank, but until they see a different move other than what they know, they're going to continue to make the same plays. It's called predictability, and you use that to your advantage. As long as you're doing that, you're going to cause misplays. And with that, unless they know your end game, see, once you know a deck's end game or what a player does or is doing, you can time your cards better. But when you don't know, that's going to cause mistiming. And that's what you want when you build your deck. The unorthodox builds using different tech cards, like, it's fine if your opponent knows your deck by heart or you know exactly what you're doing, but you have to make sure what you're doing they can't stop or they don't have an answer to. So once they can't stop it and they don't have an answer to it, usually it's going to be GG. But you just want to make sure that for your sake they can't follow exactly what you're doing until it's too late. And once it's too late, like I said, it's going to be GG. But if you want to get over those players who self-proclaim, well, at the moment, so claim best in the world or up there in terms of tier or rank, you have to cause those misplays. And the only way to do that is to actually trigger effects that would be threatening but have nothing major to do with you getting to your end game or your end goal in terms of setting up your board or acquiring your win condition, however your deck is set up. That's the whole main purpose and thing about dueling. You want to stay as let me see the word. You just want to stay as secretive about what you're doing as humanly possible, unless they already know. And if they already know, you just play your hand, but you just want to be as secretive as possible. And with so many people playing the same decks, it's like the same repetitive thing over and over and over and over. Afterwards, through experience, you would realize, hey, I need to utilize this card or this strategy, and then you're gonna get easy wins. And like I said, it's not so much that decks can't win against these you know, top tier decks, these tier 1 decks, or some of them tier 0. It's just the fact that some of these decks aren't going to make it through the earlier rounds because they can't be effective against most decks. But you can have a deck that specifically can shut down Eldritch or shut down Sky Strikers or shut down Tri Brigade, but they aren't going to be effective against most of the decks. Therefore, they won't ever reach that platinum tier level because against most of the decks, they're gonna get beat out. But that doesn't mean that the deck is weak. It just comes down to that matchup. If the matchup favors you or not, that's really it. If you're gonna go pendulum deck and you do not like Endymion, then I would recommend that you go Odd Eyes. Go Odd Eyes. If you don't like Endymion, go Odd Eyes. Hands down, Endymion has to be the best pendulum deck that I've seen thus far. I haven't actually played it. I've played against it, so I know how good the deck is and how easy it can shut out the opponent. I've even used the little Endymion engine inside a couple of my decks just to set up a pendulum skill, the pendulum summon, as well as pop cards on my opponent's side of the board. So like, even though I wasn't playing the entire Endymion package, is like, alright, I can take, and this is what I talk about with my mix. I can start off and you'd be like, oh, he's playing Endymion. I'm not even playing Endymion. And when I go, like, remove 3 spell counters, add 1, and then you Ash, and then I make my real play, and then Pendulum Summon, and then go into the spell book play so I can actually get 2, then you realize you Ash the wrong play. But the mere fact is that you can take cards to mix, and they can work well. I haven't played Endymion, but because I know just how well some of the cards do work, like you can incorporate them in different decks to do different things just to suit your purpose or need. If you don't like Endymion, then I would recommend Odd Eyes. If you're not gonna play the Odd Eyes Pendulum, then I would then recommend the Perform Pals, and you can still splash Odd Eyes in there if you want. And if you don't prefer that pendulum deck, then you can most likely utilize, let me see something real quick. Pendulum. Pendulum Magicians. You can also utilize Pendulum Magicians. Oh crap, they got them as ultra rare. Hot damn. Yeah, you can utilize those. And you can also utilize the Mythical Beast, but they usually mix Mythical with the Endymion, which they work really well. Oh yeah, you can also use Metaphors. You can also use those. They actually have Electromite back, but you can basically play Electromite in any pendulum deck, and it just makes those decks that much better. I did not Electromite in the last one because they had it banned, but you can also play that pendulum deck. Just looking through the pendulum cards just to see if there's any other archetype that I can recommend. And Joker's at 3. Easy normal summon. I wish Monkey Board just was back, because like I said, easiest pendulum scale in the game. I used to use it with my artifacts. Usually you had to wait till your opponent's turn for them to try to pop the back row, or you pop the back row for them to come, and I was like, that took too long. So I just went Joker, Monkey Board, Unicorn, and then I would just bring out my artifacts and then make my board on my turn. But that's what I said, it's just about the mix. Because then you would think I'm playing, if I went Joker and you Ash, you would think I'm playing a pendulum deck. And then when I said back row with like Scythe and different other artifacts, and then you like, alright, now I'm going to clear this back row because they're most likely going to slow me down. And then you realize, oh crap, there's artifacts mixed in. When it actually deck is just an artifact deck and just using the pendulum engine. But this is what I talk about, synergy and causing those misplays, because if you know your opponent's playing artifacts, you're not going to destroy the back row during your turn, because that's when they really get their effects to go off. Let's see. They just have splashes of really useful cards pendulum wise. But Pendulum Magicians, I would recommend, because you can use Time Break and just banish an opponent's monster with him, and then it comes back later during your turn, so it doesn't really affect you. That seems to be about it. Yeah, you can either go Pendulum Magicians, Odd Eyes, Metaphors, and these are just the archetypes that have the like mainly a lot of the pendulum cards. You can even go a Morphage if you want, and it does cause some restricting against your opponent based off of what you have in your pendulum zone. So you can go a Morphage. Oh, you can also play Magic Spectre if you want. Magic Spectre was kind of decent, depending on what you picked up to add or draw. But Ash is a thing, so you may not always get what you want in terms of adding. But like I said, you have to play decks with a lot more versatility in terms of how they add. But you can play Magic Spectre. You can. I wouldn't really recommend Zephyr at the moment. I do not know exactly how it's gonna play yet, but I know Zephyr is a pendulum deck, and how it's gonna match up against the meta. Like I said, so many hand traps going on. By the time you reach platinum tier, it's not going to be easy. You can also play the Quilius. They're still good. They aren't bad. If your opponent is playing like a high level monster based deck that they are going to be affected by their effects, then you can be in somewhat of a bit of a trouble. But it can play the skill drain, as it can also play the rivalry of warlords. So you can play skill drain and rivalry. You can also do a little trick with DNA surgery and change all types to a specific type, such as all machines. So if your opponent isn't playing machines and you have DNA surgery and rivalry of warlords, they wouldn't be able to summon again. So you can use those two floodgates in tandem with each other, as well as with skill drain if you're playing the Quilius. Basically, that's one of the cheesy 2-card floodgate combos that you can use, the DNA surgery and rivalry of warlords, because you could like just change the type and then rivalry of warlords, and that is how you would lock your opponent of multiple out of being able to play whatever it is they're playing, as long as it is in the selected type. Those same 2 floodgates right there. Yeah, that's about it in terms of pendulum decks. Where do you want to go? Amorphage, Pendulum Magicians, Odd Eyes, Quilius. They're like the main 4 that you can play, and you're gonna see some results. The others I'm not too sure about. Like I tell you guys, if I don't know something, I'm gonna tell you I don't know. But I am gonna do my research in terms of card effects, synergy, and the way that they work, and tell you what can and what cannot. And see, this is where the alphabetical order really came into play. That helped me a lot in terms of reading cards. I get to see the very next card in alphabetical order and then read that effect. And just like random, just scrolling through cards, like you're gonna bypass a lot of cards with effects that you're most likely not gonna read because you're searching for a specific card. And that's what hurts, because it isn't like, alright, all the Abyss Actor cards are in alphabetical order. I can now be like, alright, Abyss Actor, and then read through the cards. I wish they would fix that. I really wish they would. But yeah, you can play those decks: Quilius, Metaphors, Pendulum Magicians, Odd Eyes, what else I call? Oh, you could also play Dynamist. Dynamist isn't bad. It may not get you the plethora of extension plays. I mean, for sure you should be able to make Infinity. Also, I think you can use the Symphonic Warrior. I see in a play actually did it. And you can get a decent amount of synergy out of the deck. Like I said, utilizing Rivalry of Warlords, and you would not want to play Skill Arena in that. But yeah, you can. I do not know how. I used to play Ignites back on the first Legacy of the Duelist. I'm not sure how they're gonna play now, because like you'd have to link some in a link 3 or higher with all the arrows pointing down to try to get more Ignistas out from the extra deck, and I feel that's too much for the current pace that the game is on now. That would be way too slow to try to execute. But Pendulum Sorcerer is really where it's at in terms of perform profiles. Popping 2, getting 2. You go Guitar and Lizard, and you know basically just draw 2. That's why I recommend the perform profiles if you're gonna play a Pendulum deck, because you are going to get a decent amount of consistency through the way that they actually add their cards. Because if you go Supply Squad and pop, you're gonna draw an additional card on top of your 2 cards that you're gonna add, and then if you go Guitar, Lizard, then that's another 2 cards. So you can see where that's going from there. Yeah, that's gonna be it in terms of Pendulum decks that you may want to play if you're not interested in Endymion, which, like I said, is probably one of the best Pendulum decks that you could play, because you can go set up first turn and then drop the village, and then you have your negates in terms of the what's it called again? Where is he? I just saw him. Yeah, the mighty master of magic, because he can negate spell and traps. But if you drop the secret village, then you only have to use his effects versus traps. And then if you do have the mythical beast, it's mythical, yeah, mythical beast engine in, then you know you'd have negates on monster effects through Cerberus. And then depending on whatever else or other shenanigans that you have on board, because I think the level 8 for that, he either destroys a card or all cards on your opponent's side of the board or something like that. But basically you can see where that's going from there. Your opponent's locked out of spells unless they have a spellcaster. You can use the level 6 effect to negate monster effects, and then you just use the level 8 to destroy cards on your opponent's side of the board, leaving them open. And then depending on if you have the field spell card up, oh no, if you're playing village, you're most likely not gonna have the field spell for the Endymion. You're most likely not gonna have that up, but that's not really an issue, because if you have Abductor in scale, you're gonna still pile up your spell counters to utilize. So that's where you can get, if you have the Mighty Master of Magicians in your opposite pendulum scale, able to special summon out and pop that many cards for cards that can actually receive a spell count on your side of the board, which is a non-targeting effect, by the way. So that is really good. That's why I recommend Endymion if you're looking at a really good pendulum deck. But if you don't like it, then like I said, you go Odd Eyes, you go Quillies, you go Amorphage, you can go Magispector, what else did I call? Metaphors, and you can go Perform Propals and still get excellent results. You can even play the village with Perform Propals, because like I said, Joker's a spellcaster, so shutting down spell players gets you really, really fun. You'll see in that most of the decks consist of mainly monster effects and spell cards. Yeah, you can get really far, because that shuts down, like if it isn't Eldritch, like Eldritch and Chain Burn, they're most likely going to get around. But if you're looking at like spell strikers that play mainly spells, you're going to shut that deck down, unless they can get a spellcaster on board. And they wouldn't be able to play their spells to be able to, you know, draw, add, and send whatever they want to the graveyard, and, you know, do their other Sky Striker like shenanigans. So, and then most decks, like I said, to start to really combo off, they play a spell or two, and then they heavily utilize monster effects. And like I tell players, do not rely on those boards that consist of just monster effects, because Ruler No More and Forbidden Droplets puts you out of business. Now, the way that I play my Raptors in terms of stunning my opponent, Ruler No More isn't gonna matter and Droplets isn't gonna matter. That's why I play them the way that I play them, because their effects trigger off when I rank them up during my opponent's turn, because it's the rank up magic cards effect and not the actual monster effect. It's going to allow me to bypass Ruler No More when it's activated, and when they would go Droplets, I can just chain to Droplets and then rank up, and then it's going to negate Droplets effect. So it's not, those two cards that shut down boards aren't going to be an issue with my opponent going second. That's why I play them the way that I play them. Now, when your board is just set up with just only your monster effects face up to protect you, that's a horrible board. Especially if you have multiple dark monsters, because you guys aren't seeing it at the moment, but the moment that other players get majority of the cards that they do need, you're going to see Super Poly just running around doing their thing. Just getting free summons off your board, dismantling your board to summon whatever it is they want. I do need to finish editing a couple of videos for you guys to upload. Oh wow, what a horrible hand. Let's see if we can make this work. What? I guess my opponent has a response. Black Spell, I'm going to be real with you, because Dragon Link is a thing. To say unban Dragon Rulers, that's going to make Dragon Link so broken. Yeah, that's just wishful thinking. I can't see them being unbanned simply because of how Dragon Rulers work. And I played Dragon Rulers, I think, back when I think that was Millennium Duels. Oh boy. For them, in terms of how Link Summoning is currently the new engine, I kid you not that I honestly can't see it. I honestly can't. That would be, how to put it, getting your hopes up for nothing. But if Dragon Link wasn't a thing, they probably would get unbanned due to how much even the generic of decks can extend due to the simplicity of generic combos. Yeah, I only extended that far just in case you have an Ash or something. Effect Vela Imperm. I just need to make sure that I can actually make that rank 4. Oh wow. Uh, oh wow, he's really that scared of the Ultimate Falcon? That's just one kaiju. And you don't mind those plays. He'll have 2 cards in hand after this. Oh, redoer? Alright then. Oh wow. That's what he's playing. No. Playing Numeron. At least a Numeron combo. Let's see how this one turns out. Yeah, play Endymion. If we're gonna play Pendulum decks, play Endymion. If you don't like Endymion, then you'd have to probably go Odd Eyes, Metaphors, Quilliers. You can play Magispectors and no Xavier. No, I'm not doing that to him. See, that's why I told you where timing comes into play. You have to know a player's end game before you waste an effect. I already know what the end game is. Nice 11. Nope. Yep, and this is why I didn't need to Nibiru him. Let's get back my Raid Raptor. Alright, now let's try this again. Continue. Oh, you see how quick you went to main phase too? I told you, knowing is half the battle. That way you're actually able to do what it is you need to do. Oh wow. Check this one out. So extra, man. Take it easy. Exactly. Now you see why I didn't Nibiru it? Now you see? Now you see? I have an excellent idea. I mean, I've never that was the first time I played against them, but I have an excellent idea on how the effects work. They battle and then they double each other's attack, and that keeps repeating. And because I knew that I had 3 monster negates on board, easy. Now the reason why he went after my Time Thief is because when he went for his field spell, he knew that I could just send it back to the deck. So that's why he went after my Time Thief. But I just let my Time Thief jump anyway, because I sure I had 3 monster negates. And I'm not worried. Even if he initiated an attack with the last one, it really wouldn't have mattered, because 3 of them would have gotten destroyed, and I would have gotten 3 Exceed monsters. You just saw that I brought back the Arsenal Falcon, and that's why I didn't banish any of my 4 Strix, because I was going to fill my field right back out. And when my next turn starts, it was going to be a massacre, because I still had the rank up magic Phantom Knights launch to still play and then go into Caluga. But this is what I told you, where knowing so that you don't mistime your effects comes into play. Because if I had Nibiru'd, I would have been worse off than I was in that situation. That's why I told you I would only Nibiru if I had nothing else left to do, just to save my hide. But like I said, knowing is half the battle, so that you don't misplay or mistime. That's what I'm saying. Because I know and have an excellent idea how the effects or how their effects work, it just made it that much easier. Oh crap, what a hand. Well, yeah, you have to end my turn on that. But it makes it that much easier. It really does. So knowing that he spent, and then looking at how much he was giving up trying to get rid of the cards on my field, from Redoer took his Kaiju, I had a feeling he playing another copy of Kaiju. I didn't mind if I got Kaiju at all. The only issue, oh, hold on. Let's spend that. The only issue is, I mean, you shouldn't be worried about getting Kaiju, because you only can get Kaiju once. What you want to do is just protect that Kaiju, so you don't have to worry about getting Kaiju anymore. That's just it at that point. Don't make no sense. He stopped special summoning. He better keep going. That's what I was saying. Because my board was already set up with numerous ways to counter the opponent, like, it makes you having to have exactly what you need to out that board mandatory. It makes that mandatory. Okay, now he's trying to OTK me. Let's see how this is going to work. Let's see how this is going to work. He is going to want to do that. Wow, that's powerful. No. Oh, I thought I didn't know. That's it right there. Nope, we're not gonna allow that to happen because that would result in an OTK. I know. We just need to bait out that effect. Then we can Nibiru him. That is how you play Yu-Gi-Oh! I know, but the opening hand drops were so good. Like, it was just baiting out until he got... See that? That's how easy it is. That's how... I played 3 cards. 3 cards. One Moxie, so that I can gain my advantage. 1 Ash to bait out the infinity effect. Because if I had gone Nibiru, then he would just negate that. And then when he would try the OTK, I just would stop the OTK, but I still would have taken massive damage. And if he had limited removal in hand, that would have been GG. So to avoid that, knowing that he wants to send the 2 from his deck, just wait it out. When he send the 2, just Ash. You know he's going to neg that with infinity, and then you go Nibiru right behind that, and then he loses all advantage. All. That's how easy it is. Like I told you, if everybody keeps playing the same thing, you're already going to know the end game, so you're going to know when to utilize your hand traps and just turn those things off. That's how easy it is. Well, actually, no. I didn't have it from Nibiru alone because he was able to make infinity before Nibiru could come, and he would have been able to counter the Nibiru's effect. So if I didn't have Ash, I would have been in trouble. I would have been. But the mere fact that Moxie, and this is why I say you need to turn off Moxie. You can't allow Moxie to give your opponent that much hand advantage if they're playing more hand traps. Because then they're going to potentially draw into those Ashes, those Nibirus, those other hand traps that are going to be downright annoying. But like I said, it really just comes down to who has the better hand, and I had the better hand in that situation. And I could have gotten OTK'd if I didn't drew into what I drew into. So, well, actually, no, I did have all 3 of them from the get-go, so that would be an irrelevant statement. I did open with Moxie, Ash, and Nibiru, so... But like I said, it just comes down to who has the better hand. And like I said, in those cases, it's really no shame. There really isn't. Wow. Look at the unorthodox play I have to make. Back in the day, Cyber Dragons, that was one of my favorite decks. And the thing is, I haven't seen a if I get to make Cyber Dragons, wait till you see what I can really do with them. And it's going to blow your mind. Trust me on that. Because I haven't seen any Cyber Dragon deck play like I know Cyber Dragon's supposed to play. If you were to go back when I played Cyber Dragons, or my very first upload was a Cyber Dragon deck. If you went back and you watched that and you see how Cyber Dragons are supposed to play, with all the new additions from all those years ago, I think that was like 2016. From 2016 till now, if those new additions, I can play those now with the way that I play Cyber Dragons. Back then, listen to me, when you guys see what I can regurgitate from Cyber Dragons, it's going to blow your mind, hands down. Oh wow, there's Ash. That hurts. End turn. Right after the duel, give me a sec so I could go back to the main screen, because I do not know it by heart. What the hell is that? And that looks like Thunder. Oh wow, what a matchup. Send 1 light or dark monster from your hand or graveyard. Add 1 light or dark monster that cannot be normal summon or set. Different from the, and you can banish this card, target 1 of your banish. Wow, this is crazy. Chaos base. And I think he's gonna get the addition off of that. Wow. Let's stop that right then and there. I would expect that a new ban list just to try to even things out. See guys, the same thing I said from the last duel. It's he who has the better hand. He has Called by the Grave. He's going to Ash. He's going to stop my Ash and then regurgitate his Thunder Dragon he sent from the graveyard and get what he wants to his hand. This wants to look like a Thunder Dragon or like a Dragon Link type deck. Banish it, get the addition, special summon him. That's why I wanted to Ash that play, so he doesn't have access to what he actually wanted. Usually when you see a player is going for a specific card, you do want to disrupt or neg those, because it isn't like it's saying draw one and it's just a gamble whether it's on top of his deck or not. When you see specific plays of getting what they actually want, they're the plays that you actually want to stop. In this format, I'm gonna tell you the exact same thing I said earlier. It's just gonna come down to who has the better hand. It's not that it can't work, it can, because it mainly plays the Danger Engine in conjunction with the what they call Dark World. So going first, setting that up, highly possible. The only issue is if you run into a droll. If you run into a droll, then it's like a brick wall. But like your opponent still has to pick it up first. And like I said, I played a synchron deck with 10 junk synchrons and couldn't open with one or draw into one, which was really crazy considering that I have 10 in the deck and only 35 cards left, and my next card can't be a junk synchron. So if you only have 3 copies of one card and I have 10 and I couldn't see one, it's just going to come down to luck in that department. But if you play in the World FTK OTK version, you can see a decent amount of success if your opponent doesn't have, because like when they go a danger monster, Ash and a danger monster is a waste of an Ash. That's number one. And even if they disrupt one of your draw plays with that single Ash, that's all they can do. So once you extend past that and you get your because I had it happen to me when I executed before and was still able to hit the combo, the world, and once you get the effect to go off, it's like GG after that, really, because there really isn't no play for your opponent because they're not gonna have a turn. Alright, that's good. That's GG for me. That's why I didn't want him extend that far. We're not gonna waste the court's time. But yeah, it's just he who picks up the better hand, because if your opponent does pick up that droll, or let's say your opponent picks up that Ash and you challenge and you take the maxi challenge and they do get the droll at a really good time and stop you from completing, getting the world lock on board, like, yeah, it's just gonna be GG. That's all it's gonna be. But you can see a really decent amount of success. Really, that broke my win streak. I think I had a 3 or 4 win streak. But like I say, being in the platinum tier, like, as long as you at least go in 2 for 1, you're always gonna rise. That's all you want. Go 2 for 1 and you're always going to be up a duel. But you just don't want to rack up consistent losses. But you're also gonna have to make those adjustments to your deck as you continue dueling, based off of what you're coming in contact with. Player ID 075 588 881. Player ID 075 588 881. Even if you use cross out designator. You have to remember, depending on what you're playing in your deck, you still have to open or draw into certain cards to be able to utilize them, because it's like, alright, yeah, I have the card in deck, but if you don't open with it or you don't draw it, it's like trying to validate to another player, hey, alright bro, yeah, trust me, once you hit Platinum 5, things are crazy. That's where most of the competitive decks are, in Platinum. You can have the card in deck, but if you never draw it or acquire it, like it's still useless. So like, don't rely, even if you have 3 copies, don't always rely on it just because you have 3 copies and being like, oh yeah, I have the card, but then you can't turn it out to get it when you need it. That's why I said, especially in the Platinum tier, like, you're running into so many Outledge decks, like you want to see more back row disruption cards, or if you can, incorporate that evenly. If you hit that evenly, that right there is going to be a game changer versus the Outledge matchup, because you're going to banish their cards and they're not going to get the recursion of being able to recover. So if they go turn 1 and they just have their card set, and then you go battle phase evenly, number one, they're not going to want to pop that evenly, because then that means it's going to take that's going to take out their whole board. So they're just going to want to leave themselves with 1 card, but you're going to take away that recursion where they can get more of their like elixirs and sanguine and stuff like that back on board. That's what you really want to stop, is their deck's ability or through their way of gaining an advantage or their consistency. That's what you really want to shut down. So that evenly, in terms of the Platinum tier, of seeing those multiple Outledge decks and Sky Striker decks, the evenly is going to pay dividends. That really is. But still always go the route, if you go first, to try to cut off the graveyard. Yeah, it's in Platinum, it's really just going to be about who has the better hand and who can outplay their opponent. That's what it is in Platinum. That only those 2 things. Because you don't have, if you grind it all the way up from bronze straight up to platinum, to get the platinum, you're going to have a really decent amount of skill, or a certain level of skill that would enable you to be able to play competitively. So you don't have to worry about too many sloppy players like how it was in like the previous 2 Legacy of the Duelist, where it was just all pending on who you match up with. Like, no, it's not like that anymore. It's really about who has the better hand and who can cause their opponent to make that misplay. That's all it is right now in Platinum. Wow, the Maxi Challenge, and I'm taking it. Just because I rarely lose the Maxi Challenge, I'm taking it. Oh wow, that has to be a really good Toon deck. I don't know how much or how well it will fare in the Platinum tier, but that must be a really good Toon deck if you got past Gold 1. Because how they demoted a lot, basically everybody. What ended up happening was you had Platinum players back down in Gold, so you did have Sky Striker and Outledge running around in Gold for a while. It didn't really cause too much of an issue. Like I said, I ran into a couple of them and it wasn't an issue me beating them. Like I said, once your deck can play on that competitive level, you go first and you have a really good hand, it was like, yeah, you win. And that's all it's coming down to, competitive wise, Platinum tier. I think I got back to Platinum tier in a couple of days, because when it reset I didn't play, and then I think I worked, no I don't think, I worked 3 days consecutively, taking about 18 hours out of my day. So well, James, nerds, not only nerds, play Eldritch. The reason they play Eldritch is because a lot of the hand traps don't really work that well against Eldritch, like Moxie. Ash can Ash one, and then Eldritch still goes off. So with decks playing numerous Moxie and Ashes, like, they get around those. And then decks are also playing Droll, so they just play Eldritch because it's an easy way to get around those, and they want the win. So, and then decks have trouble with the Golden Lord coming to the field with, 3,500 attack points. So, and then the deck then plays massive amounts of floodgates, so it holds off numerous amounts of meta decks due to their floodgates. So, like, it's just a really good deck to play if you want to win. It just really is. You see what I'm saying? Like, Jimmy finished Platinum 2, and like I said, it's just really about just trying to win, getting and having what you need. Oh no, wrong monster. So, like, they just play Eldritch for easy wins. That's all it is. Eldritch and Sky Strikers, Drytrons, Tri-Brigade, Zodiac. They are the decks. If you want to win and get up to the higher tiers, that's what you play. Not saying that you can't do it with any other deck. It's just that those decks are most likely going to cause you to get the more consistent amount of wins. My goal right now, I'm not dueling meta, is just to go 2 for 1. If I can go 2 for 1, that's the least I'm trying to go, 2 for 1. Anything more than that, if I'm going 3 or 4 for 1, I'm still going to climb up the ranks, but that's just what you want. Okay, let's go you. Let's get you. I mean, everybody calls decks cheesy, but, well, a lot of the decks that are really good, they call them cheesy, but those decks can be shut down. It's just what you're playing doesn't shut it down. That's all it is. If you're playing, because the first version of Raid Raptors that I built, when I was playing, I played Imperial Order in that. If I marched up against Sky Strikers, Imperial Order is going to shut their deck down, and it's just going to be GG for them. So it's just what you're incorporating in your deck. I actually was playing the Synchrons first. The way that I played those, drawing into numerous cards, the counter trap that I played shut down my opponent from even being able to summon anymore. And I also had Imperial Order in that, so now your spell play dead and you can no longer summon. That is how I shut down a lot of decks with that. But the issue was that a simple hand trap would shut the deck down for me going full combo. So it's not going to, it would have gotten me up to like gold 2, and then I went Raid Raptors after that to be more consistent, to take more negates in that department. But like I said, as you climb up in tier and in rank, you're gonna have to expect to get disrupted, and you're gonna need decks that can extend past those disruptions. Because, like, you're gonna be naive if you don't expect to get disrupted. All it is your opponent can't have those cards, but they're gonna have to open with them, but expect them. Yeah, that window is troublesome to get around, and that's why, like I said, the Ruler No More and the droplets are ultra rare. So right now it's really hard for me, because that's the cards that I'm supposed to be playing in my Raptor deck. So if you go window, turn window off, and then I full combo. But I can't do that at the moment due to the fact that they have those cards as ultra rare, tough to earn. So that saves a lot of players when I do get window, because if you watch any of my videos from Link Evolution, when they did window me, it wasn't a problem. I just ruled it no more, and that was it for them. Like, they could have their Macabre and their window on board. It was just GG after that. I mean, I couldn't kill them that turn, but when I did finish setting up, it was GG. That was it. It was nothing else for them after that. Like I said, most players are only playing what they have access to and not what they really want. So there's a lot of deception in terms of the skill of the player, simply because they aren't playing exactly what it is that they want to play in their deck. So now it's just trying to make things work. No, I don't have alternate accounts. I don't. Just this one that I have, that's it. Whether my hand is right or not, I prefer to go first, simply because you are going to encounter the least amount of disruptions. Expect to get disrupted, but you are going to encounter the least amount, and that's what you want. I don't see how I always forgetting about Prime Kids. Prime Kids is also another deck that you can play to get up there, simply because how they can disrupt as well as fusion summon on your opponent's turn, and the amount of shenanigans they can do in terms of their consistency. They can banish themselves, use Thunder Dragon fusion, send themselves back to the deck. Yeah, a whole lot of nastiness they can do. If I was playing my Synchron deck, I would look forward to attempting to deck my opponent out, but because it can make way more special summons than my Raptors in a single turn due to, you know, special summon no tokens, going another synchro summon again, and yeah, if you saw the deck in action, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Oh no, I don't want to activate that. I actually needed to special summon this. Wow. Get that. Okay, it was. Check this. Okay, nope. Okay, that was for later play. It's 3. Let's carry you. Oh, sorry, I forgot I started off with that. You 3, whenever I start, can go. Best summon, normal summon, Dark World. Wow. As far as I know, with Dark Worlds, they mainly special summon. They mainly special summon. To say normal, oh boy. After this duel, I'm gonna check in Dark World. Just to see. But in terms of normal summon, oh boy, you don't really utilize normal summoning with Dark World. I might as well let you know. It's just special summon based. Oh, he ashes in that situation? Alright. Don't know how wise that was. Let's go. Send him. Oh, okay, that's why he did that. Alright, this is going to be a test of skill after that then. No, let's do this. Get him. Alright. Let's make him. Alright, that's it for me. No. Oh, Tri-Brigade. Hot damn. Carry on. Right off, huh, Jimmy? Yeah, that isn't a big issue. But right off, huh, Jimmy? When you talk about normal summons in Dark World, you really look at cards that allow you to extend. So you'd basically be looking at like I think it's Phantom Sky Blaster or something like that. What does this do? Take one lyric from outside, add it to your hand, or send it to the graveyard. Like to get 2 more tokens and probably link some in so you can like draw 4, put back 3. Or if you are playing what's her name? I'm trying to remember what's her name. Just this too. If this got a special summon, you can add. Let's go 1. You banish that. That's a lot for real. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Wow. I guess that works. Alright. He's playing Tri-Brigade lyric. Wow. Alright, we're gonna do this. Yeah, get to work. Let's get rid of that monster body. Continue. Yeah, we're just gonna have to outplay 17 cards, that's all. Yeah. I don't see why not. Let's get rid of this one. Keep going, buddy. Don't stop now. You're on a roll. I also got to be aware for his Tri-Brigade normal summon to try to do that regurgitation thing. Slow that down. And then see how he extends from there. Yeah, that one. Let's make sure that wasn't a special summon. Nope, that was a normal. You just want to keep him from popping off. No you don't. Let's get rid of that. What's the secondary effect? If this card is sent to the graveyard, send one Tri-Brigade card from your deck to the graveyard. Alright, I guess that's fine. Go ahead. I told you, it's just knowing how a certain select set of cards work, and then you want to make sure that you neg at the right time. That's it. Oh, what's this guy's effect? Discard one other card, special summon this card from your hand. Banish any number, special summon. Oh wow. Oh wow. Yeah, I know. I just want to wait till he actually would use the effect to try to banish, because it should be a once per turn effect if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, you can only use each effect. So once he triggers the effect, I want to negate that. So if he does have another copy that he can get on board, that effect would then be utterly useless. But if you neg too early on the special summon effect and he can get him out, then he still has his effect to banish from the graveyard to try for those plays. Let's get a Dark Rebellion now. Let's see how much more he can go. He still has a great deal of cards in hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Wow. And he still have a lyric. Oh boy. Yeah, very much so. Very much so. Let's just see what kind of board he can end on first, and then we can go from there. Nightingale. What's her effect again? While this guy's a material, it can attack a number of times. Once per turn, touch from it until the end of the turn, cannot be destroyed by battle or card effects. Also, you take no battle damage. Oh. What? 5 times? Wow. Crown Magician. Looking for Zeusy. Yep. Haha, he wants the Zeus. Oh, that's a great deal of counters. Alright, that means we're gonna cause them to have to force that effect out. Of course, what you mean? Ultimate Falcon coming. We can see how much chafing he can take in a minute. That, then goes that, then goes that. I wonder how far we can get. Alright, that wouldn't make no sense because he would not do that. That would hurt his board. Alright, his play. Let's see how much cards he can actually set. And then we're going to see if we can force him to punish those cards through Zeus's effect. By the way, all this time, you guys know that my opponent can't hear everything that I'm saying, so it isn't like they don't know exactly what I'm trying to do. Like, they know, they can hear me. Yeah, I can tell them that I'm trying to bait them out, and they would still, like, yeah, don't know what's wrong with these guys. Yeah, you won't see before when he went into Drowned Magician, the next card I called was Zeus, and he went into Zeus. Like I told you, once you know, like, it's half the battle, and once you know where they're going, then you can put some breaks to that. But I wasn't worried because I already had it set up that if by some chance he does be able to overlay and make Zeus at the end, that I would end up with Ultimate Falcon. That's why I didn't detach the material from the Arsenal Falcon, because I did have that play set up with Raider's Wing in the graveyard. But worst case scenario, what is Zeus doing? He can't be serious because Ultimate Falcon clearly states unaffected by nothing. That's the contingency. Now, unless he has like a pot of Adverice and he wants to put 5 back, draw 2, then I can understand that. But that was a waste of a disruption. And then I already stated and letting him know ahead of time that if he sets up a back row, I am going to force a play for him to have to use Zeus effect unless his back row can disrupt, because right now he doesn't want to lose his hand, so he's just setting a mass amount of cards so that he can have them for his following turn. Yeah, that's what I was saying. The way that I wanted to play another one of my Raptor decks, I wanted to go triple Ultimate Falcon turn 1 and then see how many decks can actually get around that. Oh wow. Alright, now let's force the disruption. We're gonna start with this first. Hold on, that was interesting. No, I wouldn't have been able to kill for game. Okay, that's why. Alright, be good. Okay, let's go Nest. We're gonna add what we want. Whenever you're ready, Zeus. Just don't let it go too far or it's going to be too late. Oh, he had Ash. I mean, okay. Let's go this. Let's do this. I highly recommend that you use Zeus effect before I exceed summon. Highly recommend. Oh. Please use Zeus effect. That would be the smartest thing. Oh, see that? And this is what I tell players. I know my opponent can hear me. I told him the Zeus. He didn't want Zeus. Now watch this. Nope. I could regurgitate that back as well, hey. No need. That's okay. Nah, look when he won Zeus. That didn't make no sense. If he had Zeus before that, because he know he was gonna out his board, right? If you know you're gonna out your board, make sure to do it at the appropriate time. See that? Now look what he forced to do, because he wouldn't listen. Did I not tell him Zeus before I exceed summon? Play Zeus before I exceed summon. But he didn't want to listen. He probably thought I was just trying to bait out the effect, but in actuality I wasn't. I told him that, hey, Zeus before I exceed, and it's gonna hurt him because he had to give up 5 cards, right? For his back row, because he didn't want to lose them. Remember now, when someone maxes and they want to keep their hand, they're usually going to set majority of the cards that they want to play during their following turn, which is usually like numerous amounts of spells, depending on what they're playing now. And then, or traps. But if his traps were anything relative, he would have activated it to disrupt my summon so that I don't get to my exceed summon, therefore he wouldn't have needed Zeus effect. Because from I triggered my trap, he ashed the nest, and from I triggered my trap and he didn't respond, automatically, if that's not a solemn, you're gonna be up the creek without a paddle. Because I'm, especially with redoer, you're gonna start, and remember now, he already drew a decent amount of cards from his deck. With redoer and him drawing during his draw phase, for one, he still has to find a way to beat over Ultimate Falcon, unless he can attack me directly. And 2, you have to worry about Time Thief spinning back your cards and taking a card during your draw phase, meaning that if you only have 12 cards left, you basically only have 6 turns to try to find a way to win. And if you regurgitated just about almost all of your cards because of the Maxi challenge, which I told you guys, majority of the times that I take that Maxi challenge, I win. I took the Maxi challenge, my opponent had, what, before I even went to count 17 cards, he had more cards than that in his hand, and won. That's why I said you can have your entire deck in your hand and still lose a duel, simply because your opponent timed their negs right and left you in a position where you couldn't build a board to take advantage. What do you say, Jeremiah? But you can tell players better, but you know, they just wouldn't listen. I told my opponent the most optimal time to actually use Zeus effect. He didn't listen, and that's what caused him to do it. But they don't like take advice. They gotta take that L to learn better. No, I'm on PlayStation 4. I'm on PlayStation 4. Do that first. Jordan, I don't know. I don't even know the hell I was dueling, and I could care less. Whether you can see my hand or not, it really makes no difference to me, simply because, like I said, I am going to play my cards as best as I possibly could. Whether you know my hand or not, like, it's irrelevant to me. Whatever you play, as you keep playing, I am going to make my plays in terms of my judgment based off of what I can see so far and what I'm anticipating. And like I said, even if you can see my hand, if I pick up the better hand and I'm timing my negates properly or my disruptions properly, then the win is still in my column, regardless if they can see my hand or not. It doesn't matter to me. Like, honestly, it doesn't. The mere fact that a lot of the duels are now live streamed for you guys to actually see the number of different scenarios and situations that I run into and how I would actually deal with them, the simplicity behind dealing with them, for you guys to actually see ahead of time that a lot of situations you just don't overcomplicate and you just take it one thing at a time. You know your opponent can only normal summon once per turn. Depending on what archetype they're playing, you just want to be aware of how many times they can special summon, as well as does that special summon monster come with an effect to extend. If the monster comes with an effect to extend the play or that could get them a really decent board, they're the actual players you want to disrupt or neg. That's it. Just keep your opponent from being able to build that board. That's it. Really simple. Whenever they can get past your disruptions and your negs and able to extend, if there is a potential possibility for you to come back, then you wait on that luck of the draw. If not, then you just surrender. There's no shame in that. Like, it's the inevitable. Someone just picked up the better hand. That's it. And for those of you who actually watch numerous amounts of the streams that go live, you guys have seen me tuck in the Maxi Challenge multiple times, and you guys have seen the results. So you guys know that I am not pulling anyone's leg or giving them false information when I say that if I do take that Maxi Challenge, most likely I win. Yes, it shows. I guess I'll have to show you the icon when they pair up players. It shows me when I'm playing someone on PlayStation, and it shows me when I'm playing someone via the internet, like if it's PC or mobile. It shows me, it doesn't show me exactly which device, it just shows me the online icon that I'm playing someone that's not PlayStation related. But yeah, guys, don't be like me and take that Maxi Challenge. Just, if you feel confident that you can win, take it. Like I said, if every time I got Maxi, let's say, if the challenge came to me 5 times, I might lose that challenge once. And this is just being modest because I took the Maxi Challenge more than 5 times and won more than 5 consecutive challenges in a row. But that's just what it is. Either they may have had disruption cards in their deck, it's just that it didn't got drawn off the Maxi, or it could be a number of different things that transpired. But like I said, I took the challenge and they probably just didn't draw the cards that they needed, or they just probably didn't have it on the whole. The Maxi was just to accumulate more cards out of their deck so that they could just go off and play through, you know, negates if they had a turn. But like I said, that Maxi Challenge, there aren't many times I actually turn that down. There aren't. But usually when I do take it, I do win that Maxi Challenge. Because it's always like, it's a race to set up a board before your opponent can disrupt you. Jordan, let me put it like this. You have to have complete utter confidence in the deck that you're playing and the setup you're going for. Like, the way that my deck set up, like if you were in the stream when I set up my Synchron deck, the way that it's set up is that once I set up, it really doesn't matter, because once I draw my Gravity Collapse and my Imperial Order, spells are going to get shut out, and the moment my opponent summons, it's going to stop my opponent. It's going to neg that summon and stop my opponent from summoning for the rest of the turn. So if they Maxi me and I take the challenge, they had better have something to out my board before I get a neg on board, because I do go into all 3 of the Synchro 12s and all of them have negates. So monster effect go off, I can neg with the Divine Dragon Sylph. If I go Quasar, an Omni Negate, and if I go, what's his name again? Cosmic Blazer. That's not only an Omni Negate, but also a summon negation and can end the battle phase. So, like, once I get into the 3 of them, and Gravity Collapse and the Imperial Order is in play, well, just even if it's just Gravity Collapse, just stopping my opponent from summoning means that they can't build a board. So I would take the Maxi challenge. Now, if I feel as though that they're playing something that has numerous amount of hand traps that they can draw into to disrupt me, then I would not take the challenge and wait to see what they can produce on the following turn if I can survive, and then I would then combo off the following turn, because I have done that in streams. They hit me with Maxi, and depending on how I feel about it, because it's like a duelist intuition, whether you want to take it or not, like, is this really, should I really take this now? And then like, alright, no, I'm not gonna take the challenge, and then hold off and just see if I can survive another turn and then go from there. But you shouldn't always allow Maxi to stop you from building a board. It's just a board you're building, because if you can build a really decent board, it really doesn't matter if your opponent has the entire deck in hand. You can make that entire deck in hand completely and utterly useless. All it really is the kind of board that you're building. The kind of boards that I build are set up to more of a counteract prevention, so that it makes what my opponent's doing, majority of their plays, useless. That's what you want to aim for. Like I told you, in the Synchron deck, it just, my opponent, whether it's normal or special summon, negate that summon and no more summoning for the rest of the turn. And if Imperial Order follows up with that, then no more spells. That hurts. And then 3 big level 12 Synchro monsters on board. That's besides Hyper Librarian, as well as the Satellite Warrior setup that's also on board to be able to pop up to 8 cards on my opponent's side of the field, and they only open in with 6. So that's what my opponent usually is in store for if I go first and I'm able to go full combo. And you only need 2 cards to go full combo. Junk Synchron, Doppel Warrior, and everything else becomes irrelevant. They just have to have the amount of disruptions they need to stop that from being set up. That should be like one of the very first streams I did. One between the very first 2, sorry, not the very first stream. That should be like the second or third stream I did. Should have the Synchron deck. You could watch it inside those 2 streams, and you would see exactly what I'm talking about. Like it's ridiculously crazy. The only reason I'm not playing it now is because I had to scrap a lot of the ultra rares from that to build this. But hands down, it's just a board you're setting up when you get Maxied, making sure that if your opponent does have their entire deck in hand, you're gonna make it useless, completely and utterly useless. That's what you want. This is crossplay. I assume that it connects to everything, whatever it is. All us, in terms of playing online, are on one server. That's how it's supposed to be. Regurgitate that and bring that back. Oh, that's as far as I end. Oh wow, that's interesting. All right, we're gonna do this. That's all it really is. Let's do this. All us are supposed to be able to connect. It's crossplay. Like I said, when I start the next duel, I'll show you guys the icon so you can see the difference. Okay, he has a higher defense, so we're gonna make him utilize this, utilize that. We're just gonna set that. Oh, you can? You're telling me, or you're asking me if you can turn off crossplay? Because I didn't even know you could do that, if that's actually possible. That ends my turn. I'll check it out after this duel to see if you actually can. But I didn't know. I mean, if that's possible, like, wow. That's actually kind of crazy. Oh wow, that is crazy then. That really is crazy. That you could turn it off. I know mine's is on for sure because I can see the difference between who I'm actually connecting to in terms of players. That would actually be kind of dirty in a way, because then you would have players who don't want to run into certain players, knowing that they're only playing on a specific, let's say, PC or Xbox One or something like that, to avoid that confrontation. And me, I don't care who you are. The same ruling that applies to me in terms of how you can win or lose a duel applies to any player, whether you're the best duelist in the world or the worst duelist. There are 3 conditions you just can't avoid when it comes to losing. Like, you can't. And all is fall under those same 3, no matter how good you are. And they may not want to run into having to fall into that category, simply because, and like I said, it's no shame in regard to those categories in losing under those situations that I would mention, in terms of if the matchup doesn't favor you, or bam, that's it right there. If the matchup doesn't favor you, whether the matchup doesn't favor you, if you brick and can't unbrick your hand in time, as well as he who draws the best hand. That's it. That's it. If the matchup doesn't favor you, there's no shame in losing. The game was never for you to win if the matchup didn't favor you. If you brick, then automatically, if you can't unbrick your hand in time, there's nothing wrong with taking a loss like that. You didn't get what you needed. It isn't that your deck couldn't beat that deck. It's just, that's the luck of the draw. And then the unfortunate part, as always, the unfortunate part, if someone just draws a better hand that can shut down or stop exactly what you're doing, there is no shame in losing in those 3 scenarios, none. The only shame is if you end up getting outplayed by your opponent in a situation where you should have won. That's it. That's it. Currently, I am on the path, like I said, making sure that I at least go like 2 wins, and if I do encounter a loss, like, you know, it's no biggie, just making sure that I get my 2 wins. One more win will put me tier 4. We're gonna see if we can get that. Are you asking me how many monsters in total I have in my extra deck? Because then the answer would just be 15. Oh, you mean how many monsters does it take to execute that from my extra deck is what you're asking. I have 15 cards in my extra deck. Oh, what the hell is this? Virtual World. Hold on, we need to read this effect. Place 1 Virtual World card from your deck face up in the spell or trap card zone. Add a virtual, send the top 3 cards, special summon up to, oh crap. Okay, go ahead. Ah, this disruption card. It's annoying. Huh, let's go Moxie first. I forgot about Virtual World too. I was supposed to mention that's another deck that you can play that can get you up there in the ranks. Shuffle 2 banish to disrupt card. Yeah. But yeah, my extra deck consists of 15 cards. See it right there. 1-5, 15. Special summon. What are these effects that actually... If this card is targeted with a virtual card, some virtual card is a different... Oh, okay. Oh, okay, that's what it does. Oh. What do you say, Go Emma? What's going on? Yeah, what kind of question that is? I said goals. I said goals. Like, bare minimum, like I said, I just want to go 2 for 1. If I go anything more than that, like 3, 4, 5, or 6 to 1 loss, I do not mind. But my main goal is just 2 for 1 so I could keep climbing up. If I win this duel, I would be a platinum 4. Oh wow, we trying to go for that calamity. Trying to go for that calamity. No, why he pop himself? What's going on? Oh, get the tuna back. Oh. That's interesting. Yeah, saying your age, I don't think there's an issue with that. Look at this guy go. Go, go, go. What? You only 13? Oh boy. Oh boy. I don't think your parents would agree with you being on my channel at that age. I do say some off the wall stuff. I really do. Just look at him go. Regurgitation of madness. That's it. I don't want him to go any further than that. Flying face up. Just turn 1. Let's leave it in attack mode. Let's say family friendly. Okay, so we're still in good shape. He has 1 card in hand and he only has 1 banish, so we don't have to worry about the disruption unless he could banish 1 more. He banished 1 more, so we have to bait out the disrupt. If we can make that, that would be excellent. That would probably annoy him. He's able to summon the 6 back, and he got rid of the droplets. Wow. Wow. So 1 disrupt token with this effect deactivating now. Oh, he wants to get rid of the Nibiru. Crap. Alright, he just put himself in the driver's seat. Now this is going to be a real heart of the cards moment. I think he gets to put one back in hand. Yeah. Alright. Heart of the cards. Wow. Honestly didn't need that. That's okay, I guess we can use that for that. Wow. Okay, so for that he doesn't have anything in that regard, and oh, okay. So what we're gonna do, we're just gonna set this to hold them off, and that'll be that for us. That ends my turn. Oh, eating chips. Playing Yu-Gi-Oh makes you hungry, and you need brain power. Oh, wow. Now that's crazy. That is crazy. I had a feeling. But last game. I tell you, it's no shame. They just have to make the right plays. They just have to make the right plays. If he hadn't brought that crystal wing, then, you know, it's just going to be another Nibiru session. And then I would have twin twisted the back rope. Wow, that was quick. I thought I would have a longer turn. Hold on. I get my chip, get the chip off my hand. Alright, now, because I don't know what that back row is, we need to get rid of that. Oh crap. Let's get that. Let's get that. Let's go next one. Oh wow. Shot all. This is going to be interesting. Most likely a flip effect. Alright, then we're gonna do this and we're gonna make that first. Oh, wait. My bad. Sorry, guys. I do a full combo. Sorry. Oh, no. I think he called by the grave that, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, he did. Wow. That's kind of nasty. I could do that. Go that. I'd have to spend that. Let's get him something troublesome to have to deal with. So you. But we know that play has already been called by the grave, so we're just gonna dump this guy and utilize his effect. And we're just gonna make this. Not that I know about, not specifically Master Duels, but there is a WhatsApp group that they have me in. It's a very colorful group, and when I do mean colorful, a very colorful group. Oh wow, he didn't even let me finish go full combo. He did not let me. I did that full combo though. But like I said, when you unable to stop your opponent and you know what's coming, like, you just don't waste the card's time. I'm not sure if you're there. As far as I know, I don't know of a group specifically from Master Duel. Not no WhatsApp group. So far as I can tell, and that oh, look at the player's icon there. You see the globe right there that looks like just a planet. That's when you're connected to someone who is just online via a different device. And then if you look under mine, you can see the PlayStation sign. That's how you know I'm playing on PlayStation. Oh, well, if you know what I mean, yeah. The response some people give inside that group to certain things, it really is making me question what kind of people I'm actually in a group with, because I'm like, what the hell? Because certain things a guy just shouldn't respond with to certain things. Like it shows a tendency to not be the gender you actually are, and it has me concerned. Because like now it's like, how do I come across to, you know, certain people without offending them, you know, based off of how they react, and then you don't want to be like a back and forward to do type thing. Wow, this is remotely troublesome. Let's see if we can make this work then. Yeah, Xavier, you know how that life go. You want to be respectful to people, but sometimes when you hear some of the things they allowed to be regurgitated out of their mouth, it's like, or you just have to lose all kind of respect toward the person, and you've never even seen the person before, face to face. And it would be like, why would you let something like that come out of your mouth? Like, dude, that really isn't masculine at all. Let's go next. I mean, I guess since you're just finding that out, yeah, that's crazy news for you. I already knew it was unlimited, but thanks for the heads up though. It makes it able so people can create 37 card decks, like just run through your deck to your heart's content. No, I just was about to mention chicken game. Chaotic, I just was about to mention that chicken game is apparently unbanned. Oh man, we must be on the same wavelength. But that's crazy how they have chicken game unbanned. That really is. Chicken game also helps Exodia decks too. Oh yeah, I already used all 2 of them earlier. Wow. Okay, contemplation of a rich black man. So we're gonna have to make that and then go into that for an alternate route. Hi Jeremiah. And this is the good part, when you make your deck, like, you know all of your extension cards by heart, so you already know, hey, if I open with these 2 extenders instead of regular, I only have maybe 1 or 2, and then this should be the length of a combo that I can reach. That's the good part. You know all of that by heart before you even draw into your next turn. Oh, and for those of you who don't know, they do have it where you can copy like other tournament decks and stuff like that, other meta decks for you guys to use if you have a problem deck building. I always recommend learning deck building so that you don't have to rely on something like that, and it makes you a much better player in terms of the cards that you're using. You know a deck by heart because you built it and synchronized the cards, so you know what you can and cannot combo off of, as well as each card's synergy. So, like, that's my recommendation. but you don't have to take it. You can take the cheap route and copy someone else and try to learn their strategies in place, and hopefully it works out for you in that department. Me personally, I'm a from scratch kind of guy. Like, I want to know a deck in and out, and the only way to really do that is either to study it or to build it yourself. And it's always best to build it yourself, because there may come a point where you realize that an archetype or a deck can be played better than it's actually being showed to. Like with Cyber Dragon, so far I haven't seen a Cyber Dragon deck play like how I know Cyber Dragons can play, hands down. That's why I said, if any of you guys are familiar or have seen the very first upload I did with Cyber Dragons, actually seeing that in action that was in 2016. All the cards that came out since 2016 to now are not inclusive in that deck. And if I were to play that now with the new additions of cards that they have in the game, the amount of brokenness on the boards that I would be able to build would blow you guys' minds. I promise you that. And that's the thing about building decks yourself. If you're only copying what other people do, you're gonna have the same limitations as them. You don't want to be as limited as another player. You always want to be able to extend past those players, to be able to do more, to be able to cause your opponent to misplay and then take advantage of those misplays. That's what you want. That's what you should be aiming for, so that you grow and develop as a duelist. Exactly. But like I said, if you want to take the cheap way, you can, but you're not gonna get as far as you would have if you literally, it's just like schoolwork. You can copy someone's answers, but that doesn't mean that you know those answers by heart. You don't know, like math. There are formulas in order to get your answers, and then there's also a method to backtrack to be able to find out exactly if your answer is correct, to see if you can even simplify getting the correct answer. Because sometimes you may have an answer, but when you backtrack using another formula to ensure that your answer is supposed to be what it is, you may find out, hey, that it's wrong. Hold on, maybe something I did wrong in the formula contributed to it not being or coming out to the right answer. It's stuff like that. It's the same way when you deck build. You want to make sure that as much of the deck you know as possible is in your head. Only real way to know that and to surpass those who have built similar decks is to build it yourself and then incorporate cards that fit your style of play. I say learn from a person for just the beginning, then what you like about the deck and how it plays. Yeah, Monstro, I could agree with that to an extent, but I wouldn't say learn from the beginning. What I would say is learn as much as you could, because there may be a play the deck can make that you may not be familiar with, and you just want to make sure that you understand that play to the T. I need to do this. You just want to make sure that you understand that all the plays the deck can make to the T. And then when you understand, then you can even better incorporate cards to suit your extension needs that can have really good synergy with the deck. But it will come down to your play style, because you would have players who know of cards that have synergy with the deck, but because it doesn't suit their play style or their needs, they just don't play it. Similar to me, like, even though I know certain cards have synergy with decks, like, I'm not gonna play it if it doesn't suit my play style. Like, I'm more of that fast-paced duelist, because one of my philosophies or one of my beliefs when it comes to dueling, which is actual truth, is that you can play a fast deck slower, but you can't play a slow deck faster. If a deck is naturally slow, it can only play slow or slower. But you can play a faster deck slower just by not making as many moves. So it's just different philosophies and then applying them so that you can be effective as you play. Alright, that's gonna be it for me. Exactly, Simi. You just need to know and understand how the cards work in tandem with each other, because card-based knowledge is important during deck building. It really is. So let's say someone who is newer to the game, their card-based knowledge isn't going to be as widespread as someone who's been playing the game for like the last 10 years. Ooh, Yammer Seal. Wow. Alright, that means he can't kaiju me no more. So we good in that department. Oh, he goes Harpy's Feather Duster. I guess that's cool. Let's do this. No, that's gonna get carried. But we good. Yeah, basically it's just understanding the cards and how they work. Like I said, when I first started off playing Raid Raptors, I only played 4 Raid Raptors in the deck, but I played them in copies of 3. Once I kept on playing and seeing the synergy and how they could be utilized, afterwards, once I was comfortable, I was able to say, hey, I'm only gonna play this ratio and this ratio so I can incorporate this ratio and then move on from there, so I can have even more extension plays. But you have to start off playing an archetype, and I've proven it before. You don't need every card in an archetype to be effective. You don't. Exactly, Shimmy. You don't want to be predictable. When you're predictable, then your opponent knows your end game and they're able to utilize their hand traps and their disruptions to the teeth. You don't want to be predictable. You don't. And if you're going to be predictable, you're going to have to be effective in your predictability. Crave. Bye. And look at those floodgates he was trying to play. Oh, that's lovely. That is lovely. He's trying to hit with rivalry, and he was playing Eldritch. I saw the Eldritch card, and he was playing Eldritch. And that's the thing. Like I said, in the Platinum tier rank, it's not always whose deck is better, but who can pick up the better hand. And just now, I had the better hand. He even had Kaiju enlisted inside his deck. And there we go, Platinum tier 4. 100 gems. Exactly. You understand. And it isn't just the access code talker. Like, the more cards that you can incorporate into a deck that players usually don't play, that's where, like I said, you can cause a lot of misplays in terms of them ashing too early, or just utilizing a droll when you know in your heart you never had another card that you wanted to acquire, but you forced them to use a droll in a situation where a droll wasn't needed, like stuff like that. But Yu-Gi-Oh, like I said, is go first or die trying. You had to go first, set up, and be able to take your opponent out. If your opponent's going second, they are going to die trying to out the number of disruptions you have. And it's just who picks up the better hand at that point. Wow. But these hands are coming so horrible now. Like, they are leaving me very little room to do anything creative. Like, usually it's a bit more of, I can extend or do this and that, but wow. But you only can play what they give you. And that is where your skill comes in. That is what you want to develop. Being able to play those hands as best as you could to fit the situation required. That's another thing too. I actually need to see if I can download this on my laptop. I really need to check. Code Talkers should be really good. I need to see if I could acquire Ib. If I could acquire Ib, I'd play Code Talkers. I would play Code Talkers. But that deck does take up a lot of space. You really want decks that can utilize hand traps because, like I said, I'd rather get caught having a card in the deck and not having it in hand versus in a situation where I don't have it at all and never stood a chance. Yeah, well, see, when you design decks, you're supposed to have multiple routes to get to your combos. Like how my deck is designed, as long as I get three monsters on board, that's usually full combo for me. And when I talk about full combo, it's just usually to make sure that I get the Assault Arsenal Falcon and the Dark Rebellion on board. That's all I really care about. Everything else is a bonus. Like if I go Redo or Spider, all those things are bonuses. All those things are bonuses. I used that effect already, so I need him. Yeah, I know. I did a Code Talker deck for Link Evolution, so I know hands down. I was trying to scrap up a version 2 that was like a bit cheaper. It was dirty because you would actually utilize, what's the Link 2? I think the Link 2 is the one that allows you to get your tuner, if I'm not mistaken, and then you can synchro, and then you can either make a fusion or ritual play and put them under him so that they can't be destroyed by card effects. And then with Ibli on your opponent's board, your opponent wouldn't be able to special summon. Then you would use the synchro to be able to spin the Ibli back to your hand, attack your opponent for all 3 of them, and then normal summon the Ibli to get a Link monster back. Then you would Link summon again into something else, putting the Ibli back and keeping them locked with a special summoning. That was what I was supposed to work on, but I so backed up on deck requests. Let's get this. Gonna do some of this. Ooh, so I could send him instead of that. Wow, that's a nice alteration. This is why I love building my own decks, because as I play, like the pure and utter genius behind combo and synergy, like I just realized another thing that I can do while I'm executing this combo inversely, because normally the combo doesn't take this route. But yeah, it's just the genius behind the sheer level of extension you can actually get to. Exactly, that's what you're supposed to do, Shimmy. And I stated this before, as you keep dueling, especially as you go up through the different ranks, keep editing your decks for whatever matchup it is that you intend to encounter. Keep editing your decks to be able to be effective against them, even in terms of switching up your hand traps and your combos, so that you are actually able to either stun those decks or to just beat those decks hands down by shutting them down, enabling them to function as they should. That is what you want to acquire. That is what you need to acquire. No. No, not at all. I spent that already, so let's just add him. And then we can extend off of that play. Set that. Let's do this. Yeah, listen to me. Anything in terms of disrupting and popping cards during your opponent's turn is always a good move, unless you're playing a deck like Unchained or a deck that requires destruction. Then you don't want to do that. You would be helping them out in the process. Like artifacts, you don't want to be doing that. Well, artifacts is during your turn that they would want to be popped, but you get the idea. You don't want to go off on decks that want to have their monsters destroyed, because you're just going to trigger more and more effects. So you do want to be careful with that. But once you have like disruptions to be able to neg if a card is destroyed that triggers the effect, then you're fine. Oh, Abyss Dweller is nasty. Abyss Dweller really is nasty. I kid you not. Abyss, oh, that's another card that's really good against the Eldritch matchup. That's Abyss Dweller. That is really good. Let's set that. Special summon this. Xavier, don't base anything of what you see me doing, unless you're playing a similar strategy, as well as it also comes down to what your opponent has access to, because you'll be like, oh yeah, this Shirani deck would be ready. Like if your opponent just picks up the better hand, you know, it's going to be troublesome. And yours, I sure they utilize the graveyard. I'm sure that deck does. So if you run into like Gravekeepers, or you run into a deck that's like how Eldritch can play numerous hand traps as well as Sky Strikers, it's going to be troublesome, because when you do send your cards to the graveyard, like Sky Strikers, they're quick play. They just take your monster out your graveyard, and if they have enough, then they special summon it to their field to make their moves. So I would not necessarily say, hey, because I'm watching Dabna and Dabna makes it look so easy, yeah, my deck should be ready. Like, no, don't base anything off of what you see going on my side of the world, because the decks you may be matched up with and the kind of hands your opponent may actually open with, ooh, it may not vote that well for you. So like, you can watch others duel and be like, oh yeah, I can duel in Platinum tier, and then when you end up in your duel and you actually get that matchup, and then they just open better or something like that, like it's annoying, because like you felt you were ready, and in actuality you in the Platinum tier, it's the same basis. It's not that you aren't ready, let me put it like that. It's the mere fact that it just comes down to who opens up with the better hand. That's it. Because it's not like the players and the decks aren't ready or aren't skilled enough to play. It's really just gonna be who has the better hand. Xavier, even if you go based off of how you built it, building a deck and looking at it on paper versus the actual hands you're gonna get combo wise is another thing, because you might be looking at, hey, I built a deck and it can do this, this, and this, and this, but when it's the same thing I just said earlier, it's just who picks up the better hand. That's it. It's not gonna get any more simplistic than that. Who picks up the better hand? That's it. There's nothing you can do if someone just picks up a better hand than you, regardless of how you based on how you built a deck. Because I built my Raid Raptor deck 3 different ways, and going first, it at least 80% of the time it guarantees me a win, and that's being modest on the 80% part. But the mere fact is, you still have the factor in who picking up the better hand, and if you don't pick up what you need, all of your resources at your disposal, that's where it gets troublesome. Yeah, like, trust me, it just comes down to who picking up the better hands. Because you can only play what the game gives you. So if you can only play what the game gives you, then it is what it is at the end of the day. If you don't pick up what you need, or if your opponent just picks up the right set of cards to be able to slow you down just enough to get that dub. So I could build the most awesomest deck on paper, but when you look at how to put it, the actual hands you could end up with, and see, situations are like, they vary, like numerous situations. Oh wow, Thunder Dragons. This is going to be funny. This really is. But like the numerous situations that you can encounter, like per even how you build your deck, you may not even encounter some of them, and then most of them you may. It's just situational. But you can build a deck to have a way around everything, and if you don't have your resource, oh crap, you have MST. He got me to activate my quick play. I mean, even though I was ever intending on activating it, but you know. The guy's name is Pro Gamer. Wow. You can name yourself whatever you want, but at the end of the day, if all of us are on the same skill level, it's always going to be who picks up the better hand. All us fall victim to that. You can't do anything about that. If you brick, if the matchup doesn't favor you, and if someone just picks up a better hand, those 3 things, I don't care what your skill level is, they affect all of us. And like I said, it's not like those tier 1 and tier 0 decks. It's not as if they can't beat my deck. It's the mere fact of who picks up the better hand and gets to set up first. Like, if I set up first, I guess it's 80% chance that I win. 80%, and that's being modest on the 80%. Being modest. I even have a replay where I set up God Spare mode and still won on top of that. What you say, Trini? Long time no see. What's going on? He's playing Thunder Dragon, so we know he needs the special summon. Moxie is already in place, so every time he special summon, we're gonna go +1. That's it. Get your resources, don't stop. And because I did that, he is actually forced now to make plays and initiate those special summons, or he's gonna get OTK'd the following turn. Because Thunder Dragons have to have monster bodies on board. They usually don't play heavy back row or anything like that to disrupt. Unless they're playing like Imperm or something like that, you don't really worry about the Imperm. Yeah, Tier 0 has consistent decks. In actuality, Raid Raptors is actually a Tier 0 deck. Like Raid Raptors, Lunar Lights, Spirals, Harpies, they are Tier 0 decks that just does the most. My Synchro deck with Synchrons is a Tier 0 deck, because what that does with 2 cards is crazy. That literally does, if you've seen it in action, you understand. But it's tier 0, but it doesn't mean that it can't be shut down with a hand trap or two. It's just the fact of having the resources to shut those things down. But the deck is tier 0. We rate decks on those tiers by the number of extensions they can do with very little. That is how we determine what tier a deck is. Oh yeah, trust me, Trini, the grind up is really long. I kid you not. It's just really long. Really. Oh wow, he got rid of my British. Oh, my Raid Raptor's gone too. Oh wow, this guy is utterly brutal. Trust me, it looks good, it feels good, and you do get some satisfaction out of the card slapping your opponent left and right. I thought that it was kind of, you know, not needed, but after your opponent has you down and on the ropes and very little life points, like that you know, final blow, like that feels good. I kid you not. What's this Thunder Dragon Colossus effect? Cards cannot be added from the main deck to your opponent's. Oh, okay, so he's gonna limit me with that. And if this card would be destroyed by battle card effect, you just banish a. Oh, okay, that is not a bad effect. That really isn't. Okay, let's see how we can remedy the situation. Can't add cards from my deck to my hand. I can utilize that guy though. Wow, that is crazy. Okay, we're gonna do this first. We're gonna get rid of this. We want to make this 0, and then we want to gain all those attack points. No. Excelente. Okay, now it just says that I can't add cards from my hand, and also if he would be destroyed by battle. Since him being destroyed by battle is such a big deal with him, first I am going to go Mimicry and then Quick Launch. Let's get Tracer. Okay, now I could do that and even further extend. Wow, he didn't even let me finish. He did. I would have just put Nest there, pop Nest, get the next Rocket, then I would overlay in the Spider, remove the Colossus, and then OTK. That's how simple it is. Let's go see if they actually have any duels we can spectate to see what other people are actually playing. I know this was tripping out when I was trying to spectate. It just keeps saying that rooms are being disbanded, and it seems to still be doing that. I don't know why. Ever since they put the game under maintenance, it's been doing that. Practicing for tournaments. Let's see if we can find something else. See if it says the same thing again. It keeps saying that. So it's like it's an issue when you try to spectate duels now. They really need to fix that. Alright, let's check back on point 1600. I need to unlock some packs. I really do. I need to get a couple of Raid Raptors packs so I can play a quicker pace rank up version. I really want to break out a trifecta of Ultimate Falcons turn 1 and see just how the meta responds to that in terms of the decks that are being played. To see just how much of an answer they would have to a trifecta of Ultimate Falcons. There's Duel. Like I said, go first or die trying. Oh wow. Waiting for, oh wow. Also, if your connection fail between you and your opponent, they do give you the win. So that's another good thing behind the game. So players who rage quit, you don't have to worry. You're gonna get your win and you're going to be able to go up in rank. But that's the thing, James. If, okay, like, so far I'm the only Raid Raptor player I see currently that's playing Raid Raptors and is in Platinum tier, right? Knowing that, I would have had to cross a lot of gamers' paths, right? So my gamer tag is one of a kind. You don't see Dabna 242 as a tag on multiple plays. You're not gonna see Dabna as a tag or something like that. So that may have been someone who I've dueled before, and if they know exactly what I'm playing and I gone first and they already knew what the end result was from the previous 3, 4, 5 times we may have come in contact, they're not gonna waste their time because they're going second. So they may have looked at their opening 5-card hand. All right, Dabna's going first. I have nothing to do to slow him down, which I had full combo, by the way. He sets up, he's gonna stun me, and then it's GG. Why waste time? I mean, he didn't have the rage, he could have just surrendered, but you know. Now I don't know if when the connection fails, if it gives them a loss. I know it gives the opposing player a win, but like to say hurt their win streak and how many wins they need to go up, I don't know if how it affects that, if it gives them an actual loss, or if it, like, let's say I get lagged or something like that. I don't know if it's gonna give me a loss, and then like how it says I have 2 more wins, like when that happens, if it just keeps me at 2 more wins, because if that's the case, you can actually cheat your way to Platinum Tier 1. If that's the case, you can cheat your way to Platinum Tier 1 by causing your connection to slow down and break, and then they be like, well, all right, he still only has 2 more wins, and then basically you just play in the game to an extent where you only count your wins, and then you are on Platinum Tier 1 by how to put it, a backdoor route, or technically that would be cheating if it works like that. Your losses that would have caused you to either be demoted or slow you down from Tier 1, you're taking away when you do things like that, if that's how it works. Go first or die trying. Oh damn, what a hand. Wow. Wow. And see, this I could live with because my opponent surrendered. Now, the thing is, like I said, if these are people who I've already dueled, who knows that I'm playing Raptors, and they have already seen the damage it can do, I'm going first, and they pick up their opening 5-card hand, and they literally have no way to slow me down, then they know that they're going to get stunned. And that stun hurts, especially depending on what they're playing. So it's basically duel starts, Dabna chooses to go first, and this is the same thing I said from before. You may have outs or disruptions or cards you can use to slow your opponent down, but you have to open with them in your 5-card hand. If you don't, your opponent can play Yu-Gi-Oh to their heart's content. And if you've already dueled someone and you know exactly what they're dueling and how devastatingly strong their strategy or their tactic is, you're not really going to waste time, because it's going to be a waste of time knowing that, hey, they're going to go full combo and you have nothing to slow them down or stop them. Trini, I'm not a bully. I'm not a bully. I just play Yu-Gi-Oh! That's all I do. I'm not a bully. Trini, even in one of the duels, I advised my opponent when to Zeus me. And they completely and utterly refused to Zeus me when I told them to. And they wound up taking that. I mean, they were taking an L regardless. But the mere fact is, I was trying to keep them in the duel so that they can have another turn to play Yu-Gi-Oh! And they chose not to take my advice. There's nothing I can do about that. Oh, Drytrons. Hot damn. Hot damn. Alright, this is what we're gonna have to do. We're gonna have to go this first. Wow, and he ashes me. Alright, buddy, carry on. What the hell does that do? Oh, tribute a special summon himself. Oh. One of the Herald. Oh no, that's what we can't allow you to do. With that, that forces him to have a ritual monster to be able to ritual summon. I actually look forward to these turns where I can actually eat my chip while my opponent plays. Because the last couple of duels, like, I had to keep clicking and playing and clicking and playing. Shimmy, you think it's you. I broke mine so I can stay competitive too. And see, the thing is, this wouldn't be such an issue if I had my rule in no mores and forbidden droplets that I originally intended to play, but they ultra rares. This is gonna be GG because you most likely ultimateness is going to reach, so we could spare ourselves the trouble because I wouldn't be able to do anything. He could also make Union Carrier equip that Fairy to get him 2 more. We don't need to go through that. I can tell you, it's no shame. It really isn't. If someone picks up the better hand, it is what it is. Now, if he didn't have to ask for my Maxi, go first or die trying. If he didn't have that ask for my Maxi, then it would have been me drawn into Nibiru, and then I could actually shut down that sequence of multiple summons before he could get to his ultimateness. Put exactly what you need. Like I said, I'd rather get caught. I don't want to get caught with my pawns down playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Meaning, I'd rather have what I need to potentially be able to slow my opponent down in my deck and just not draw it or open with it than to not have it at all. Because not having it in the deck means that I never stood a chance, but having it in the deck means that there is a possibility I could win or slow my opponent down so that I can win. That is interesting, because then I still would have to go. I still would have to go that, so I need to do this first. Oh, guys, I ran out of chip. And it was a really decent sized bag, too. Send that to the grave. And then we need to add... Where is he? This guy. Wow. Oh, well, the only time I usually want to skip my draw phase if I'm trying to keep myself from decking out or activating an effect that would trigger an effect that my opponent would be able to capitalize off of. Because numerous times my opponent tried to deck me out, and I did something like regurgitate some cards back to my deck, and I ended up with more cards than my opponent, so now they were in the position to be decked out. This is what I love about when you build the deck to your heart's content, knowing all the routes based off of what you have to combo off with. Usually I would use Nest to go back in hand, but then, like I said, when you know what you put in the deck to combo off with, it makes it easier in terms of cycling through effects of what you can get on field to trigger an effect that you actually want go off, unless your opponent is just slowing you down that much. Wow, I could send him. Yeah. Alright. See, that wouldn't make much sense. Alright, we're gonna go this, and then we're gonna end with that. We're gonna end on that combo. Gonna go here. If you're playing Synchrons, you can potentially cause your opponent to deck out if you're playing Synchrons because of the number of special summons that you would incorporate. I actually was trying it. I think I left my opponent with like 6 cards. And, well, you know, they had to surrender because of my setup. It was irrelevant what they would have played. They couldn't combo off to do anything. Okay, let's add this. Because we are going to make him. You could stay. Let's go here. Now 3. Oh, that's why I should have added him when I had the chance. I would have to go into him, and then I would have had him. Alright, that made sense. Alright. That's how some players are. Like, when they salty, they insult and call decks, or say that, or it isn't legit or genuine. Like, the way that you call a deck is by the majority of the cards in the deck, and I guess I can show you what I mean in the build. Because some players call decks what they actually aren't, which would be incorrect. They think because you have 2 cards of that specific archetype in the deck, it makes the deck that archetype. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. I'll show you guys what I mean. This is how I'm actually able to name my decks. It goes by majority, which set of cards are the majority in the deck. A friend who does what? Oh, if you have two cards of a different archetype, they just call it that deck? No, no. Now, what you can do when you name the deck to be as accurate as possible is you put featuring and then whatever the deck can bring out. Like, it's like Harpy Ladies or Luna Lights. They can say featuring Ultimate Falcon if they're playing a rank up or something like that. That would be the correct name of the deck, because it can play that monster or get it out once or twice, but then that would be about it. Okay, let's set this here, and that should end my turn. Also, guys, always try to make sure, because Mech Knight is a thing, that you keep as many single cards in the different zones as possible, so that you can force your opponent off to try to synchronize with your cards. Hey, AFE, late. You just in time. You just in time. Depending on like the different setups and the archetype you're playing, like how you're actually playing. Ooh, skill drain. What the hell is this he's playing? Let me just Eldritch. Yeah, you can encounter a great degree of difficulty in terms of protection. So it's like trying to build routes into the deck where you can protect your board as best as possible without like shutting out your main plays in terms of you being able to utilize your cards. It gets kind of tricky, but like once you know what you're doing based on the type you're playing and the summoning method that you want to utilize, and then you can actually go from there. But I do have a couple of, not even a couple, I have a decent amount of videos to get out for you guys, but due to the length of time that I actually stream, like I don't know if you guys just prefer me to stream or get those videos underway, but I'll try to see how best I could. There's one duel in particular that I guess I'll try to get uploaded to you guys today so you guys can see it. Yep, Eldritch. He wants to target send something to the graveyard. What is it? What is it? Let's see. Oh, Ultimate Falcon. Wow. Wow. He wants to hit me with that Ultimate Falcon. And then he wants to regurgitate that back. Let's do this. Banish that. All right, that's what you wanna aim for. I thought he would have went after my Time Thief to ensure that I couldn't disrupt, but yeah. No, Bradish, take it easy. resets one, and then trigger his Golden Lord's effect. To special summon himself. What's his next effect? Hold on, let me make sure I'm reading this correctly. He sent that. That means he would get to set an elixir, and then his effect: special summon a zombie type monster from your hand. He puts himself back in the hand. It gains 1,000 attack. It cannot be destroyed by card effects. Okay, so we can make the most of that. So what we're gonna do, we're just gonna moxie in the situation. Oh, he ashes. Wow. Because now that he ash, we're gonna have to negate that ash, because he wants to be rude. Let's send him to the grave. Oh wow, I didn't even realize Prince of Persia went that far. You'll wait for him to summon it out. Once he summons it out, it's not immune. Thank you for my +1. It's not immune to being targeted by effects, so we can now go Time Thief. Because we don't want to leave any cards face up on his field. We want to force him to special summon some more. So we're just going to send his skill drain to the graveyard. And then, nope, we want Time Thief to stay, because we have another trap. Then we're going to send that back to the deck. There we go. Now it forces him to special summon again. Just as simple as that. It's not hard, guys. It really isn't hard. That's all it took, right there. And like I said, because I made sure I put Moxie into play, he's going to have to special summon again, meaning I'm going to go +1 again. And because I picked up the what's it called again? The quick play card. That's my 1-card engine card. So I would have been able to just combo off again. That's the way Raid Raptors are. That's just the way they are. Like I tell you, the deck is actually tier 0 because it can make multiple different sets of play. You can go from infinite negates to stun. Well, they took Utopia Zexal out, so you can't even do that log between Zexal and Ultimate Falcon anymore, which was my favorite thing to do. Like, tell my opponent, you can't play Yu-Gi-Oh! You can't play Yu-Gi-Oh! During your turn, and you can't play Yu-Gi-Oh! During mine. Sorry about that. But, all around, I think this version is just a bit better. The only thing I don't like is that you end with numerous dark monsters on board, which I want a better setup for, and I did it, but it would require me to go the actually no, it just requires me to use the Link 3 Simorg. It just requires me to use the Link 3 Simorg and link off my monster so that I have a wind and a dark monster on board. Because I would once I have the wind and the dark on board, I don't have to worry about getting super poly. I would also have to utilize the what's his name? The Utopia. Which Utopia monster that is? That's the, I think it's that 98. I think it's 98. Whichever one is the rank 12, and then to make to get into Kali Yuga like that. That way I would have a light, a wind, and a dark, and I don't have to worry about super poly. All right, let's see what my opponent's playing. You know, obviously you have to bait out cards, so, and that's what you should always expect. To have to bait out cards. Oh, there's Moxie. Wow, this guy isn't wasting any time throwing that out there. No, we're not gonna have to deal with that right now. All you, buddy. Call by the grave. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Don't be stingy. And then I'm taking a maxi challenge. Why? Because it's turn 2 and he's wide open. So now he has to hope he can actually draw into sensible hand traps before he gets OTK'd. And I actually was hoping that face down card was called by the grave. Now then, shall we begin? I'm even considering playing Port of Adverse just to put 5 back, draw 2 sometimes in this deck, because like you could really use a regurgitation on your extra deck monsters just to continue extending. Attack mode, of course. This is the Maxi Challenge turn 2. The objective would be to see if he can actually survive. Oh, looks like he has a disruption in hand. No worries, we can always bait that out. Let's send that. I really supposed to finish off those videos with the deck requests as far as I got in Link Evolution. I guess probably I'd say in another 20-25 minutes I'm gonna hop back and actually get down to business. It is a duel from this. I actually want to upload for you guys. I'll upload that first, and then I'm gonna work on those deck requests to upload so you guys can enjoy all of those duels, because those number of duels, they were really good, and it came from like unexpected twists with certain archetypes that were like sleepers that I didn't thought, you know, would have been, you know, feasible. Oh, that was his negate. Oh, okay. I can go that. Wow. Now that's tough. Alright, if we make that move to that move, I can get that. And then that. Wow. I would be short in that department. Let me see. Yeah. Alright, that was a really good neg. Alright, his turn. But they are the scenarios that you have to put your opponent in, because not every time that they maxi you means that they have an out or disruption to what you're doing, and on top of that they still have to draw it first, so it does put you in the driver's seat. Now it's just gonna be can I survive a turn? If I can survive a turn, crap, I should have done that. I could have protected myself a bit more. Survive a turn, and then the following turn I still have full combo. But let's see what our opponent's playing. Oh, he is playing some water sharks. Wow. I have no idea what these guys does. If this card cannot be destroyed by battle. Oh, Zodiac. That means the Zodiac monster wouldn't be able to be destroyed by battle, and he could end on the Zeus, which wouldn't be able to be destroyed by battle. Wow, that's crazy. Boy, I would have to check to see how many starters replays I have. I'm not sure, but I can no longer play the deck because the number ultra as I scrapped to do my Raptor deck. But as many of the replays as I can find for the starters deck, I can put a video together and upload it. And yeah, content from this with all the other duels with Raid Raptors, I am going to also upload. Zeus. Where's the Zeus? We're just gonna have to bait out that Zeus effect and then go from there, and that shouldn't be too hard. I promise you that. That's not gonna be hard. Oh, there's Trident. Oh wait, this could just get troublesome. Detaching material. Yeah, it really is. If it goes off, it really is. Same thing with my Synchron deck. There's Zeus. I don't think that can be destroyed by battle because that unit should still be on it. One face down card. And see, it's tricky now that he only plays one card face down. He doesn't really have to worry about banishing a whole lot from his side of the board. Let's see. We're gonna go this first. Level 4 monsters on the whole to use. I mean, you have a wider range now, but based off of some of their effects, it wouldn't really work in tandem that well. Like for sure, like the Hat Tricker and the whatchamacallit. Let's send that to grave, so when he does disrupt, we can add back. Let's go. Let's do this. Yeah, Clown, and Hat Tricker are really good. And also, what's his name? Tengu Reborn. He's also excellent. He's also excellent. Alright, we're not gonna add yet. We're gonna see if we can get that effect out of him. Oh wow, he just stopped me from special summoning. Oh man, wow, that was a really good play. That's gonna be game. We aren't even gonna waste the card time. That is how you utilize Vanity's Emptiness. That is how. What's I was supposed to do? Oh, yeah, he is kind of a double-edged sword, but see, the thing is, anyway, if you remember how my Red Dragon Archfiend deck played in the very first Legacy of the Duelist, it isn't that big of a deal, because like, let's say you do draw multiple copies, it played pot. So you just send the multiple copies to the grave, and then you put them back to the deck, and the one that's on the field then triggers, and you still go off. So like, it's not an issue drawing multiple copies. because of the way that the deck played, you were able to get out or send a copy from your hand to the grave, or get one on field, send it to the grave. And then you'd have other cards, because it did play hand destruction and also play twin twisters. So you could also twin twister your own cards so that you can get it engraved and then use put it back in the deck and then go off. Like I know how Tengu Reborn is, and then how to get it back to the deck, so it wasn't that big of an issue for me. But yeah, I think I'll call it quits for the stream for now and get to work on those videos for you guys. So yeah, until next time, later.